Hello and welcome back, everyone. Today we are continuing as Brandenburg. Been slowly kind of chipping up, and some of it has been quite slow because the Emperor could enforce peace on us whenever we declared war within the HRE. No longer, because we are Emperor. I mean, we're also a sinner, and we're a babbling buffoon, and growing up, we were an idiot, but we'll ignore those things. We'll pretend that's not the case. Now, so far, people are voting for us. I think that we will continue to send them money for favors in order to try and make sure that we are locked in on being emperor. So you can see we're up to 52 favors, so now means we can force his vote. That way we can expand and acquire some infamy in the HRE, or antagonism, rather. And not have that kind of sink what we're doing. We have quite a bit of gold. We are going to go after Volgast, and Volgast is allied to Magdeburg. And so, it's kind of a little bit of an interesting thing where we could go after both. I'm not really sure. Mecklenburg's also in the mix here. And we do also have a spy master brewing with them. For some reason, we couldn't do Crush Rival, or what have you, or maybe we already have the CV for that. I don't think we do. If we did, we were kind of building the spy network for nothing. No, we don't have Crush Rival. So I think we'll just go after Volgas and see how things go. Hey. Hello, everyone. Hey, Ultrabeat. Late stream by Shiny Standard. Too much drinking last night? No, just, I overslept. I even set my alarm for, like, early, and then I was like, oh, I'll just, like, snooze a little bit. But the night before, I only got 3 hours of sleep. And then I overslept, and then I was like, oh, I guess I'll have, you know, spend some time with my family and then stream after. Hey, Sync, how's it going? In a way, we are all sinners. Big true. Welcome to the stream. Playmaker made a Magdeburg run, and it was a disaster, going 0 privileges. Hope yours is more successful. Yikes, 0 privileges is a meme. I mean, I know he knows that that's bad, but that sounds like a hot mess. That sounds like you're just revving every other, like, second, or you have no tax revenue. I bet it was at least interesting to watch, though. So we'll go destroy enemy. We'll declare the war, and then, it's been the case that, like, the AI will now actually merc up appropriately, which means, like, if they face an existential war, they'll throw the fucking kitchen sink at you. So, it's on our radar to use... Actually, maybe we just call Boho in right now. We're generating favors. They are an ally. They didn't want to get called in the normal way. But this way, there's nothing you can do here. And this will just make this war really smooth for us, I think. So, I think we're gonna go for this. I don't know if it's necessary. This might be gratuitous. This might be an expenditure of favors, but that's not worth it. But if the amount of gold it costs us to get 10 favors is probably less than what we'd have to do to merc if these guys kitchen sink us, and I think they're gonna kitchen sink us. So, very cool though. I'm ordering ice cream, my day is great, that's fantastic. Ordering ice cream? Like you're in an ice cream shop right now? Surely you don't mean delivery. Delivery seems like the wrong way to procure ice cream. The ice cream shop, the ice cream shop, like, closest to my house, like, actually closed. It was big sad. It's like one of those things is, like, when you're streaming and you're trying to, like, conceal where you live, you also have to, like, think about talking about what's near you a little bit. I think I've given up enough information in some spots that saying an ice cream shop near me closed is not too revealing, but it is a bit of a bummer. A little bit. Is Sunday so oversleep is actually big nice? Oversleep is big nice. Feels good. Also, like, I didn't sleep a lot, not because I, like, didn't have enough time for sleep, but, like, I just, like, I don't know what was going on the day before. I, like, my CPAP wasn't working right or something, or, like, I don't know what. But, like, just had very nightmarish sleep. Like, I woke up at 5 and I just, like, couldn't go back to sleep. I was like, this is awful. And 5 is very early for me. So, I have to set my sleep schedule, though, for the people I'm visiting for vacation next week. Also, next week, assuming they are not behind schedule, we will be getting the open beta. So, I won't be there for, like, the opening weekend of that, which is maybe not ideal, but it is what it is. So, we have the squad of the boys. I'm curious if these guys... will they merc up to help us? We're just trying to not have, like, a really unfortunate war. I guess that's kind of what you always do, but... we're attritioning because we're overstacked. Or winter. I feel like you shouldn't take seasonal... I think you shouldn't take seasonal, like, attrition when not at war. But we're at war. Oh, this is a merc stack. I think we actually lose to this. Crazy. Let's go clip this, which is just a bunch of... I don't know what to do here. I mean, we have some amount of regulars. But not a lot. This is almost entirely levies. That's crazy to me that we lose that, I think. Oh, maybe we need to merc up anyways? No, just kidding. Bohemia's got this covered. I'm glad we called them in. Because trying to save money on the mercs by letting Boho go after the stacks, I think. Let's leave behind a little bit of a sieging force. Excuse me? Bueller? Alright, there we go. Hockey not doing us justice. You have a fort. Yeah, this guy can hide behind the fort there. And what is this? This is mercs, but it's a little bit smaller than an 8k stack of mercs. Evil ice cream shop closing? Womp womp. You're to DQ? But a long time ago there was like a Baskin Robbins near me. That closed too. Man. I haven't been to a DQ in a hot minute. Any tips on how to deal with the Mamluks? Try and avoid fighting them early, and then when you do fight them, you can outmaneuver them pretty hard if you have a bigger navy. Because just the way that they have to march out, like, whoever has the stronger navy in the med is going to have a very significant advantage. Or you can just try and avoid fighting their stack. You could also just save up a bunch of money and hire mercs and run over them that way. In the 1500s, yeah, you can go for fort maintenance and even maybe hostile attrition and stack up a ton of forts where they have to push through, and then just wait for them to push and then go land them. This is like often pretty strong when you are a lot weaker. Is just to attack from different angles and then leave when they try and come at you. Just be like, nah dog, that'll be a no from me. I think we're gonna try and clip this 5k stack. We are suffering attrition from being overstacked, I think, so this is maybe not ideal. They are actually linking up with the other stack. Where is Boho's stack? Boho, you want to come over here? Yeah, we get a siege off. Nice. Just trying to, like, play it tight with this first battle that we have and not, like, stack punt and not also have to spend, like, 1k on mercs. It might just be we spend 1k on mercs, man. We don't really have a fort around here. We're gonna come back a little bit of a step and see where they decide to put down on. So we're accumulating. I don't think we beat these if they're mercs, man. Boho is also just clipping stacks. We could also just be patient. Maybe I'm super overthinking this. Should just play faster. We know you live in the realm of clapped out Subarus and tuned up Hondas. Hell yeah, brother. There's a nickname that everyone I know like calls them, but I'm pretty sure it's racist. Hey Keefs. My biggest sleep problems come when my brain keeps playing the game I'm playing. Satisfactory, yeah. I've also been like trying to theory craft Dominions a little bit and maybe going like too deep in the tank too late at night. I don't know. It's also just having really bad nightmares. That was just a weird night. They keep decking on me and I can't save big enough to build a bigger navy. If you well, there's a general principle. If you're too weak to fight, you should just, like, evade and try and... Just like in all games. If you're too weak to fight, like, fighting and losing battles is, like... It feels like... It feels stupid to say it out loud, because it's, like, so trivially true, but, like, you shouldn't exchange resources if you have, like, way less resources. And you should instead try and use those resources to, like, damage him away from his forces. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what to... We might beat this 12k stack. The thing is, Boho's just running over everyone. And we're getting a bunch of sieges, and this is mainly where their stack is. Alright. If Boho's going for it, we're gonna go for it with him. It's a crossing penalty. I wonder. Are they linking up? No, they're not. We might even win that just straight up. I think we don't. Regulars are just so much stronger, but we also have heavy cav, which tends to be quite a bit stronger. Cthulhu's Pigeon, thank you for the reset. Hello, I'm yet again delivering pizza. Big nice. I'm gonna be going out to get pizza with my family this upcoming week for my birthday. That's gonna be nice. I just like almost went into a song and dance talking about a pizza place that we're gonna be going to, which is like a nice pizza place. After saying, I don't want to reveal kind of where I'm near. It's not that close to us though. Maybe it's fine. Is this mercs? I'm also curious how much they hire mercs, like the allies and this type of stuff. It looks maybe a little murky. You know, watching the AI though, like the AI is actually kind of moving decently here. To some extent, I think people complaining about getting stack wiped is like a skill issue. Although, I do think that, like, well, it's a lot different is, I think, a really, really strong critique is that, it's maybe okay that, like, you get stack wiped and, like, this is how battles should happen and, like, this type of thing. But, is boho stack wiping themselves here? Because battles should happen, like, kind of fast, I think. Bohos looks like they're winning. I mean, we're reinforcing either way, so... No, it looks like they're losing. Oh, no. Well, it's kind of that. Although we could get them while they're... No, we're gonna be low morale when we get... By the time we get there. Because they're gonna fill up their morale. Is this punty? We have some amount of regular cavalry. We were kind of thinking that the stack beats ours, but then it got weakened by about 20%, which is kind of a lot. Yeah. And now we win. So boho died so that we could we could just come in and save the day. Happy early birthday! Thank you, thank you. Pizza, basically. Pizza's so good. I wish it wasn't so good. I think if you just magically took all the pizza that I've consumed over the past like 2 years out of my like diet in terms of total caloric surplus, I probably would not have gained any weight over the past couple of years. Who complains about being stack wiped? AI is so dog. I don't think I've ever seen this AI siege a single fort. I mean, deciding how to move stuff around is like a complicated task. And, like, the systems are, like, bad for the AI. I think the AI does a pretty good job, man. I don't think it's, like, as good as the player. Right there we saw, like, boho punt. But, I don't know, it depends what your standard of dog is. I think it's, like, pretty solid for AI. Like, AI on games where you move stuff around on the map just tends to be super balls. Like, they're kind of okay at some tactics games, but, like, just in general. I frequently get stack wipe. I accepted that I could, that I play fast and loose with your citizens' lives. That's one of the problems of doing so. Yeah, we're playing this, like, war like molasses. And this is, like, this is the way we play wars at the start of the stream. And then at the end of the stream, then we play wars a little bit different. Then we just lose our stack, and then we cry, and then we hire mercs. But here we're saving a few thousand gold by not having to do that shit. And here we're gonna nab them with them being low morale and also being depleted, so this should be good for us. Where the other exchange, I think we lost more troops than they did. This should be just overall in our favor, because we can saturate the fronts way better than they can now. Yeah, we still lost more troops than they did. That's fine, though. We have more to spare. Although, there is some, like, benefit to hiring mercs just to, like, not attrition out as much. We also could just get a peace deal. It's not like we're going to take everything anyways, because it's caused too much antagonism. Although we basically have 0. Probably... I mean, I don't think we're full annexing them. I think we're gonna take this for border gore reasons. Kind of into taking Magdeburg, though. Magdeburg has subject, right? No, it looks like they annexed them. In principle, I think I would be into taking them, and I think we would actually integrate this territory, though. But releasing Hail as a subject? I think that the heuristic of if they're your culture already, you integrate them is kind of an okay one. And they are actually Brandenburgish, which means we could just subjugate them. Is there really a positive benefit to doing that? We don't give them our values and our laws and this type of thing, which probably is generally bad, but... Pizza is the greatest achievement of the Western world. Yeah, modern medicine? Fuck that. Give Stockfish control of EU5 troops. Stockfish... the type of game that chess is just way different than... the way that Stockfish uses its engine to analyze moves, you could not do with, like, EU5. Because you only get... the number of discrete moves that you have with chess is not that high per turn. It quickly, like, you get to a lot of unique positions in just a few turns, because you multiply them together. Like, at the start of the game, you can move the 8 pawns in front of you, and then you also have... you can move the 8 pawns in front of you 2 different ways, so that's 16 moves, plus 2 knight moves for each knight. So there's a total of 20 moves. And so that means that as a game of chess starts, one person makes a move, another person makes a move. There's a total of like 400 combinations. And what Stockfish does is just brute force calculates every single possible move. And then it has a metric for evaluating the positions, and it will calculate like 18 moves ahead. Pretty quick, and then it slows down quite a bit, and calculating more than 25 moves ahead is like takes a long time for Stockfish, which is that it gets bogged down in the permutations really fast. For EU5, we have these armies. We can split armies, we can merge armies. There's not a whole lot of discrete moves, but also like, there's an enormous amount of discrete moves because you can change the size of your army, how much you split, how much you don't, if you hire mercs, if you don't, all this type of stuff. But then on top of that, there's like 30,000 locations. And you can set your guys to move to like any location you want. Kind of. You can't, but like, you get what I'm putting down. There's more locations in EU5 than there's squares on a chessboard. You know? You need to use a neural network to approximate the best gameplay heuristic instead of using a tabular format. Probably could use whatever makes AlphaStar work. You could probably turn that loose on it. I'm just saying you couldn't have it play the way that Stockfish plays. Stockfish doesn't use a neural network, yeah. Stockfish just has a way that they've come up for evaluating positions, and it just assigns a value to the position. Stockfish, you can kind of have it explain what it thinks to some extent, in that, like, or you tell it how to think. The neural network, you do not. So... probably need to think about what we want out of this. I think we don't want to take this, because we don't want to make Lüneburg very pissed, and we don't want to take the same culture off them. We're going to be pissing off Germans because we're going to be taking German provinces. Like, kind of no matter what. But also, like, I don't know how much processing power that they use for like AlphaGo and this type of stuff. Like, and whatever you decide to have the AI do, like it has to run on people's home computer. So like if you have 6 mainframe sized computers chugging through to make AlphaZero do its thing, then that's like not a feasible solution. I still want people someone to pull off the combat design goal of Victoria 3 100%. I think EU5 is like I think the combat system on moving stuff around and like this type of stuff, it's like cool and all, but like when the scale gets big, it's fucking a nightmare. I like hate managing like when you have like over 10 stacks and like stack wipes are a thing, and you're trying to play at like a decent pace, it's like it becomes like nightmare fuel, you know what I mean? And yeah, we should be getting everything. Just kind of keeping this guy with a watch on this stuff. I think we're just fine though. But it becomes like, yeah, I just don't enjoy the gameplay. Like at that point, I would like rather play an RTS in terms of how the military is like managed. And like this is what everyone wanted for Victoria 3 is like the you move thing around on a map, and I just like I think that Victoria 3 very quickly gets to the scope where like you would need to have a sufficient amount of armies for that to be just like untenable. And also I think that like the design vision's just different than HRE. HRE is just a warfare game. And like the amount of attention you like want the player to be spending on warfare and like HRE is like just way different than Vic 3. Reminds me of EU4 games where you'd have 1.5 million troops in the field and you micro all of them. Yeah, and it just takes forever to like I mean, if you're playing multiplayer, you just like have to play at whatever speed, but like if you're playing single player, you just like pause and you move around like 15 different troops and then you unpause and you like wait like a couple weeks and then you pause and you check on things. And like at least there's control groups and like this type of thing. But like the UI for it's not that like snappy. Like so like oh no wait, we didn't want to do that. Oh okay. But like if we double, oh, it's so much better, actually. This used to cause performance issues. Maybe it causes performance issues if we get into the later game, but that's actually kind of nice. I don't know. You can use, like, control groups. Just, like, at a certain point, like, I would just rather play an RTS as well. We'll put this back on 5. Kind of gotten used to it being there. Victoria 2 had insanely bad micro. You would have to manually do all these units to their front lines, and unit comp was also needed micro. Yeah. I don't know, like the essence of like game design is like an interesting thing. Like, I think combat in EU5 could be a lot more interesting. Like, there's an open scaffold for, like, different varying units and, like, this type of stuff. But it very much, like, just feels like the same system as EU4, kind of. And it just doesn't scale that well. Although in the early game, it feels pretty fine. Magdeburg somehow cleared out stuff, or we're just not paying attention, or everyone just like left them alone. I think we're gonna wait until the siege is over, then march the stack down to their capital, so that we could take their stuff in the peace deal here. How do you switch between units like that? So if you press Control 1, you'll assign a control group. And you can even have multiple units in the control group. And then if you click one, you'll select the unit. And if you click it again, you'll dash to the unit. So, like, if you're, like, microing your brain out, like, it looks a lot like this. Like, if you're trying to, like, manage multiple areas, like, at once in, like, real time, like at RTS. I'm not trying to, like, give myself, like, motion sickness. So, like, and playing fast is unnecessary because you can pause, but, like, yeah, you can do this. And then you can click tab, and then you can... Tab zooms you out all the way, right? Wherever your mouse is, when you release tab, that's where you zoom in on. So, like, if you're actually trying to, like, monitor multiple areas... But I don't know if this is, like, fun for viewing as well. I thought about trying to do this, like, a lot more. But I think that, like, this is, like... Honestly, it's just confusing more than anything else. But, like, this is also how you would go around quickly. But, like, the combination of tab, like, check on a place, oh, it's okay, and then you, like, control group back to, like, where you're trying to go. But, after a certain point, like, even with that, it's, like, it's too much, you know? We might go free subjects, just not yet. Someone was arguing it's strictly better. I don't know, I've played some Age of Empires 2 in my days. I'm not very good. Where were you? In Italy. You maybe need to fight Naples, to be honest. We're not trying to fight for the good of the HRE, though. We're trying to fight attack threatening rival. There we go. We couldn't make this CB earlier. I don't know why. Maybe they weren't threatening. But, yeah, there's actually, like, more tools for microing units than I think people realize, and they just, like, do their thing, but, there's a bunch of hotkeys you can make as well here. We don't have all of them set up. I guess we actually have most of the stuff set up. We don't have, reorganize unit. That one maybe we could do. I wish there's a button for, like, merge levies. Because we don't want to merge our regulars, but we want to merge the levies very often. Is there a reason you didn't go for legitimacy during the first disaster in your campaign? Is it because it's less likely to trigger another one? Well, you can't fire another disaster while you're experiencing a disaster. And that's the main reason to pay for legitimacy. I don't think the slider cost is... I don't think 10% crown power and the pop leave with rebel threshold, I don't think this is worth the gold cost of paying for it. You're paying to not hit a disaster. And if you can't hit a disaster, well then... We want to get a burger in the cabinet. I think we currently do not have a burger in the cabinet because we want to push plutocracy. We're going to take a roll. We hope that we get a burger guy who's decent. Generally, we've been seeing mainly peasant guys. Food production's not so good that we're going to assign him in anyways somewhere. I'm going to take one more roll. This guy's clergyman. Stability decay... minus 0.05. That's actually pretty strong. So Anton, we will give a position in the cabinet. He's not very good at anything, but this guy's got an actively bad trait. Parliament base support 10% is like so big in the early game. Alright. Yeah, the negative recovery is actually pretty annoying, so we'll put in Anton here. And then for here, for changing societal values, we'll actually go for the guy with the best stats that we have, that is going to be this. So we'll go with this guy, and hopefully he doesn't roll a bad trait. But he is now our resident burgher. Have you seen the building-based country levy bug? I have not. What is it? What do you think is the weakest thing that EU5 needs to be changed? I kind of don't want to jump too much down the rabbit hole of, like, complaining about the game, because I feel like I've discussed this quite a bit, like, in the last, like, 6 streams. But I would say that in terms of things that I think need to be better for this era, I think colonization just kind of blows and is like, or blows is a little bit heavy-handed. I think that colonization is like unfun to engage with. Like in terms of like exploration is really tedious. Basically the microing aspect of colonization is really, really tedious. You need to do a lot of clicking. And it also feels like your colonies don't feel like, and to some extent this is maybe like you need a combination of things to make estates and subjects feel more alive, because colonies are going to be spat out as subjects, right? And so a system that made them feel like they had their own sense of agency and personality, and then also made it so that the exploration was not so painful. Because exploration really just like, you're exploring one area at a time. Like, okay, let's count it. 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5 if you include the sorting, 4, 5. And then we want to check if we have an explorer, 6, 7. We don't have an explorer. In theory, we probably should have an explorer. We got 8, 1 exploration, and then there. So like, you need to do that for every area. There's a lot of areas, man. And so generally, and then when you're doing this, like, you get pop-up events, and a lot of these events are just like spammy events where, oh, the dog found 5 gold, and it's, when you're doing that with like 15 colonies, it should probably just roll for those random events. You should probably just be able to roll like 1 max every, like, or like whatever the rate is per colony should just be like per nation, and you just can't roll like a whole ton of those like flavor events that like ultimately are just like pay gold or damage the colony like type of things. Chat trying to bait generalists into BMing the game again? Yeah, I mean, basically. What's your ideal pizza toppings? I'm a big fan of... Okay, so one of my favorite pizza toppings is actually like fried eggplant. And that one's really uncommon to find in places. I'm also a big fan of bacon and sausage, as far as meats go. Bacon is often... And I know people aren't gonna like this, but it's true. Bacon is often well balanced by, like, sweetness. And I generally like sweet and spicy together as well. So, having something with pineapple, bacon, and jalapeno, for me is like, I'm into that. Actually, let's just move this over here. When they raise levy in your provinces, you get the full food production penalties. One bank calls a few burgers from a bank, and your whole province makes 20% less stuff. I didn't even realize you could raise levies as a bank. I thought you could only hire mercs. That's hilarious, though. I think that they have not modeled triangle trade as well. Yes. 100%. And this is a systems-based improvement. So, like, this isn't like... This is the type of thing I would want focused on. Yeah, exactly. Would be that you think of ships as entities, and when a ship is heading to the New World, or like when you're sending slaves to the New World from West Africa, that means you now want to have an empty ship in West Africa, and you're bringing stuff back from the colonies, and you're bringing it back to your homeland or your heartland or whatever. So now we have 2 legs of ship journeys, right? For Brandenburg. We could probably just run the game a little bit while we're explaining this. Right, you have 2 legs of the journey. One from West Africa and one here. But now, you have an empty ship in Brandenburg, and you need to get an empty ship over here, right? So suddenly, it becomes very cost-effective to sell stuff to West Africa from your homelands. So you start shipping weapons and various other things because you have to get the ship there anyways, because you need an empty ship over here. Lady Saffron, like, talked about this a lot, and it made a lot of sense. Well, first she talked about it in, like a Discord, but then, like, when I had her on the pod, she talked about it a bit. But that's a big part of, like, that to me is, like, really interesting. And I think that that's really neat. And I think that, material conditions where, like, this becomes, like, a thing should happen to, like, Europe. And I thought about making a video on this. Maybe I will make that video. But, like, changing the economy so that Europe runs out of stuff. And this Europe running out of stuff squeezes Europe to go colonize. And that this colonization is one of the reasons why what you can hang... so, the East and the West... China and India are, like, more advanced than Europe for, like... basically, like, the entire timeline, with the exception of, like, 1500 or, like, maybe 1600 to today. One of the reasons, or, like, one of the big questions, like, in terms of history is, like, well, what was the reason why they were not successful? And a lot of people attribute it to colonization. Looks like we got the Sengoku going on. A little Sengoku Jidai action. Maybe you should try and keep an eye on this. I don't think that they fixed Japan yet. They haven't put anything in patch note. What is this? What is that border gore? What is that snaky snake? Oh my god, it's just a bunch of provinces all in a row. I'm getting so distracted. This is actually meta. You guys are talking about the AI being bad? Look at this meta to deny as much control to Great Yuan as possible by just turning him into a snake. And since you didn't take any territory that made them discontiguous, you don't get the increased cost. Look at the meta play by Great Wu here. But I think that colonization should be a driving force, and that should, like, drive the modernization of Europe, and that if you run out of gold, I don't know that much about history, but, like, the Great Bouillon Crisis I know was, like, a bit of an issue, and they needed gold and silver and this type of thing, and, like, one of the reasons why China didn't explore and do this stuff is because they had their shit, and they didn't need it. Kebab is a top tier interesting topping. I'm a fan of kebab. There's a place somewhat close to me that does chimichurri, or they do a chimi pizza. So it's like it's an Argentinian restaurant, and it's like flank steak, and instead of using marinara as the base, it's chimichurri. That place is really good. That pizza's really good. What's been your top 3 runs that you've done since release in terms of enjoyment? I mean, I enjoyed my Venice, Carthage run quite a bit. I like, probably a run where I'm playing something in Europe or playing India India's was quite a bit of fun. I didn't play it very deep, but Vijayanagar is fun to play. Playing in places with really low dev, like, feels bad. I actually had a decent amount of fun playing Persia, though, because we were figuring stuff out. And that felt kind of interesting. And the run felt... Your, like, production lines in that run, like, in that region just suck super balls. And so, like, we had to, like, operate the economy a little bit differently, which I actually thought was kind of interesting. I think that they are, like, way weaker than they should be. Because everything revolves around wood. And it shouldn't all revolve around wood, but there's no wood there, so... Like, at the baseline end of everything, it all points back to wood. That's a lot of antagonism to annex them. I don't know why annexing people is cheaper than vassalizing them. That seems fucking crazy to me. It's like a cost thing. Any tips on urban rights? Which ones think good and which do you implement them? I'm actually super bullish on the food one. Yeah. What? Why is my hotkey not hotkeying? Bueller? What's going on? We are looking for the, what is it, urban rights. Yeah, it's Control E. I'm clicking Control E. Okay. But... we've given out virtually everywhere the food one. Granary Town. Doubling the amount of, or increasing local food capacity by 50%, in general seems really good. For, like, achieving pop growth levels of, like... So, this large food storage in province, we are getting, from these rights, we've given, this province specifically is all urban, and we've given out the urban rights everywhere. It is giving us 0.14% pop growth. That's kind of, I think, better than, like, a lot of the other options. Yellow flag on the play, basically. Also, you need to buy the slaves somehow, and the goods West Africans wanted most was firearms first and foremost. Makes sense. Scythe Massacre, hello, hello. Sorry, I'm a little behind on chat. Apologies. Also, the colonization of Africa is crazy. A lot of Castile colonizes half-rent. They should restrict the colonization in Africa. Probably, yeah. I don't know what mechanism I think is best. One of the issues is the AI used, one of the... the AI, like, would, used to get really, really slow colonization in Africa. And that was actually a source of them not colonizing the New World at all. Because they would start their colony in Africa and want to finish it. They would start their colony because that was, like, the only eligible colony. So, I think AI, to some extent, needs to be improved in terms of colonization. I don't know to what extent they have really paid attention to that, but I believe that part of this is a band-aid fix, where the AI used to just buzzsaw its pops and never finished a colony and just colonized Africa. And colonizing used to be really hard, and then they made it easier. And then they finished a colony in Africa, and then by then they've discovered the New World, and then they, however the way they think, they generally switch over. But that initial, like, just getting stuck on a colony in Africa was a significant contributor to zero colonization happening in the New World. Which is a bigger problem, and this solved that problem. I just don't think it's a good mechanism for solving the problem. I also don't know if that was intentional to solve the problem, but it did solve the problem. Like, I don't know if that's why they did it. So... let's go for this. Oh, Shantae. Is this a heavy infantry? It is, right? God, you know what sucks so bad is, like, I feel like it's probably not worth it for us to use just because heavy cavalry is so much better. We'll do something like this. Yuan is leaking. I noticed my game when checked out at Anyone Experience, I found this. I'm happy to say I keep having Persia form in your games. That is kind of sweet. Not necessarily historic. I kind of want to also see mega huge Ottomans. What's the best way to check surrounding cultures in researches aside from starting menu where you select a country? Starting cultures in researches. Well, there is a map mode. I'm trying to remember where we hotkeyed it. Advances map mode. This kind of lets you know what they're at now. It's starting researches. Is this what you mean? Like, how many advances they start with? Or do you mean, like, what content, how much content they have? I believe when selecting a nation, you can sort by... sort by difficulty. Oh, that's just, like, the recommended ones only. You can sort by unique content, though. Who has the most? Yo, Chipotle had a chimichurri. I know it's not authentic, and the stuff was so good. Why did they have to cancel it? It's probably, in, like, testing that they've done, cycling through stuff is more effective at customer retention, or getting customers, than, like, keeping the stuff. Okay. So, if we don't want... I don't think we want to take out Magdeburg, and if that's the case, then... we should try and figure this out, actually. Well, actually, we could separate peace people for some stuff. Oh, what's this? They're an OPM with an OPM subject. You get the subject for free. Oh, I think we're just annexing these boys, then. And then we'll have a subject. We'll have to do something with the territory. We might even be able to just feed the subject this territory anyways. So it's gonna be 19 antagonism. It's gonna be a decent chunk. Okay. Something I was wondering, should low pop dev countries be fun in some different way than high pop? Well, there's just like, it feels like there's not a lot of stuff to do. Or like you don't get to, like the game is very like Eurocentric. I kind of enjoy playing outside of Europe. I really enjoy playing Mali. You seem to, like, you have a flowchart of the economy. You seem like you'd have a flowchart, do you? No. We could probably make one. We have a whole automated spreadsheet for micro-analyzing the flowchart of the economy. Do you say flowchart or flowchart? Womp womp. I might copy that town spamming, but I've been doing Muscovy. Yeah, I mean, towns are just like... You get so much more pop growth from them because of how that plays out. We also have Brunswick here. This would let us go for the silver at some point. If we just took just this. I think we kind of want to get these coastal provinces, though. Well, let's think about where our capital is. Well, we do actually have governor slots, so it's not that big a deal if we were to... Do we want to grab this guy? Hey, Mo James Sala, thank you for the membership. Much appreciated, my guy. Trade companies aren't in the game. They're stone cold, do not work. That is correct, basically. So it's a slight oversimplification. They, like, don't do anything they're supposed to. What if we full annexed Volgast? How much antagonism is this? It's actually not too bad. We then can't, like, humiliate them, though. I don't think we want to get Mecklenburg. Here. Do we want to make them smaller with Rostock? Probably not. We'll just do... throw everything else at them. Which will give us a long-ass truce, but... So maybe we actually don't want to revoke the cores. This is just loose. That's not very expensive. Full annexing them also just removes them from the table in terms of the antag. I think I just like it. Take a little bit more of other people. We could release an OPM. The problem, or one location subject, the problem with one location subjects is they can brick. In Vic 3, you should always make your own power block. I'm playing Poland. Should you always make your own power block? And have most Slavs outside Russia vassalized? Should I make a block with them or join France? You should make your own block because being able to choose your own stuff is, like, pretty valuable. God, I for whatever reason, just feel like I'm monstrously forgetting something, but I'm just not. We already have, like, portions of this province, so we don't want to make a subject out of it. But this guy, I think we can feed him. We can't. Oh, we probably... I feel stupid. We probably could have set up a situation where we create a historic subject. We could release Volgast. It's kind of cute. Gustro isn't in at the start of the game, right? Yeah, let's release these guys as a fiefdom. Or we should have released him as a vassal and flipped him to fiefdom. Womp womp. Actually, I don't know how I feel about that exploit, but the way the exploit works is when they're a vassal and you swap them to fiefdom, it swaps their culture. It's less. We were planning on accepting Lower Saxon, so it's really not that important for us. We already accept Western Pomeranian, so we just need to integrate this stuff in order to get it to be ours. So we did kind of punt a whole bunch of levies, though, in that. I think that I'd like to punt not so many levies against Prussia when we fight them. Ooh, they're allied with Saxony. That's kind of hot for us, because we can... I think we're allied with Saxony, are we not? Yeah, so we can isolate from allies on the Teutonic Order and then go after them. Which is exactly what we want. Do you think it's worth it to go out of your way to make sure you're a tier 1 formable before doing a tier 2 or 3? I mean, like, in theory, more stuff is worth it. I will say that I think that your starting situation is, like, pretty important relative to your content, so you shouldn't necessarily pick a nation that sucks balls and, like, have less dev and pop by the time you get to what you're forming, just for bonuses, like this type of thing. But, yeah, let's rival Denmark. If you can, you should, yeah, you would prefer to get as many unique advances as possible, because they tend to be strong. Hope they fix trade companies, yeah. Fun bug, start annexing subject, then enforce culture, annex continues even disloyal. That is weird. It's not clear to me how you get more available crown estate cabinet member options. Is there a way to make more available? I'm drowning in nobility here. You be really proactive about marriages and choose polygamy. Convert to a religion where you have polygamy. Yeah, it helps out quite a bit. Yeah, they kind of need to be relatively direct. Being pretty anal about marrying people off as quickly as possible helps out, though. Can you please do an in-depth colonization guide and also culture swap mechanic? I think lots of people are not familiar with it, and no one's doing guides on it either. Culture swap mechanic? What do you mean by that? Like how to flip culture? I'm not even sure what you're asking me. I'm gonna write culture swap down. But I actually have a bunch of notes for colonization. I just keep hoping that they fix stuff and then I make a updated tutorial with all the notes I have, but then like the stuff's not getting fixed. You get the Teutons as a subject for free through a DHE starting out at 1500. Have you checked that out? Thank you so much for helping me with that. Actually, I was not aware of that. I don't suppose you know the name of the event. So that's gonna be, let's, not yet happened, and then it's gonna be, oh, it's within this age. This guy says nobody's done a guide. Meanwhile, I made one too last week. Hurts. Yeah, the truth hurts. Check 1500 start date. Well, you mean the inheritance of this, right? That we need to make them of our dynasty. We need a different approach then. It's amazing that the hate formation trees produced this regarding the UI for events. I don't know, I think this is kind of okay. It's the inheritance one. I don't know how we're gonna do this to get them as part of the dynasty. Where do we... Where do we cancel? I actually have not canceled a rival before, so I don't know where it is in the UI. I know it's somewhere. How do we cancel this rivalry? Oh, you just click the thing, support air? That's all we have to do? Terrible. Alright. Click the thing next to your own rivals, the shield thing. So we need to look at that for ourselves. We're our own worst enemy. Okay. There we go. Does cultural commonwealth make sense for Poland, even though there's no major unification that you can do? Like, just go sovereign empire, like everyone else? Yeah, probably sovereign empire unless you can do a unification. It's just weird phrasing. Alright, so we'll support an heir. Remember the 4th of October. And then we'll roll up our sleeves and do some eco stuff, because we have too much gold. Damn it. We gotta get producing. Okay. We've set up a situation where we're getting relatively good price collapses on the city cost. Let's go for a city there. But then also, we have some places we want to upgrade to towns. And towns just give you so much pop growth now that normally, like before, if something was like under 10k pops, generally wouldn't town it. I don't know about lumbering this, having this lumbered town. Actually, it's probably okay. We did just acquire a bunch of territory. Okay, now let's take a look at our wealth. And then peasant percentage. Peasant percentage. We're looking for a high peasant percentage near the capital. I'm gonna see what we can do in some of these places. Okay. Place has a ton of pops. We might eventually set this to specialize in the textiles, so let's get started on this. I think we already have a couple of these. I think this is... Auto-expanding on the paper and the other stuff. We want more things that are paper-oriented. This is a good province for it. So let's take a look. In paper workshop, we'll do one there. And then, not that paper you need that much bonuses. We'll do printers workshop. I don't think we have too many places with lead, but the fact that wood is an input is nice. And then do more paper workshop auto expand there. So that's within this province where we're getting that bonus. We are doing the same in here, but we haven't added anything here, so let's add paper. I think Stettin, we have both paper. Oh, we don't have paper set up, so let's set up the paper on auto expand as well. So that'll get a lot of balls rolling. We do love them balls. And then let's also upgrade this. And then did we acquire any more territory with clay or stone in it? I don't think we did. I think we're already auto-expanding on all the masons. We are. Ah, but not here. A small thing. So, areas that have truly, really shit inputs and like no options, we maybe want to be aggressive about adding masonry there anyways. Let's do this. And this a little bit more, and then shift click up a bunch of granaries. Do we want to auto build the granaries yet? I'm not sure we do. I know we have bridges on auto build. Oh, wow. I didn't realize they nerfed the pop promotion speed so much. Okay. We will, in areas of higher pop, try and add the libraries. By the way, what we're doing here is we're using the back button to highlight this, and then the escape button to drop the UI to oscillate between the two. I don't know if that's helpful for some people. Trying to... So, between that and the auto expands we just put in, I think that's a decent spend down for us. We should, with the month tick, see a bunch of stuff start producing too. In areas that are currently not queuing anything up. Yeah, some paper. So that's gonna be nice. What urban's rights do you like? I really like the granary one. What is better to release, a vassal or fiefdom? You kind of want a mix of both. Technically with a metagame right now is like you release them as a vassal, and then when they're a vassal and you flip them fiefdom, they culture convert. So this is a way to abuse culture conversion mechanics, but I think this is like clearly an exploit. I don't know. If you're not exploiting it that way, it's kind of even. Hey, Rock and Roll Jew, how's it going? Town with a unique German minting law are great. This is true. We don't have... Oh, that... Actually, the unique mining law makes it so we actually want to urbanize the iron. I completely forgot about that. We don't have enough money to, but we're going to get turning this up. And so hopefully we, out of this, get a big book economy. Is there any reason to just not build the library anywhere? Opportunity costs, money. Some places are better than others, and we didn't want to spend everything. Or we wanted to leave some of our money for these workshops that we auto-queued up. Jewelry rights are my favorites because there's only so much way to boost the industry and can be so profitable. That's true. I really hate the... I left feedback for this recently, not not like a while ago. But I really hate in the UI here how it says both plus 20% and minus 5%. It should just say plus 15%, both here and on the urban rights. Like, this is just, like, less clear. Because it's giving negative production efficiency, but plus specific industry thing. It's kind of a small thing to complain about, though. I really wish the hotkey for urban rights wasn't fucking bricked. You saw it. It was assigned. I don't know why it's not working. But I really want to flip between our urbanization and our urban rights to figure out where we don't have urban rights given out. Wow, the jewelry right one is good. Holy shit. So worth it to create a vassal with provinces around 20 control? Should I wait for more provinces? I generally just don't create any vassals. If the territory is conquered, I would definitely create a vassal. If it's integrated, you could create a vassal with the idea of using them to culture convert, if you don't have, like, a backlog of them. But if it's core territory, I just, like, would tolerate that it's 20%. It's not that big a deal. Because eventually you'll get control there. Like, in the short term, it's probably bad, but the eventual makes it okay type of thing. Where, like, you're going to be tripping over your feet on other stuff. Unless you just, like, expand really slowly. If you expand really slowly, it changes things up a little bit. Speaking of jewelry, have you snagged any gold, silver provinces from Boho, or just running off the Ember? Just running off the Ember. For now. Not even really doing anything with the Ember, to be honest. Just everything's a granary town, because we just want them pops. It's actually just so impressive how much pop growth we get from the food storage. It's going to slow down once the pop gets way higher. Just because how the math works, because it's effectively flat growth, but... Grandmaster looks young. Are we doing anything, or are we patient? The Grandmaster looks young? What? What I meant with the culture swap thing is that during your Persia run, you swapped culture a bunch of times. Most people, casuals, wouldn't even consider doing it. Oh, it's kind of a... So the best way to do it is actually to go Admiral Election. This is the most straightforward way of doing it. The Admiralty regime. And then with Admiral Election, someone has to be an Admiral. So you just assign someone of a different culture to the Admiral, and then you just flip. But yeah, we could maybe do a video on that. It wouldn't take too long. That is the, like, the most straightforward way. Admiral theocracy, is there any other kind? Oh, Captain, my Captain. Oh, Lord, my Lord. It's basically the same thing. I don't see a difference. How are we doing here? Is that's not... Oh, it's the same province. Derpa derpa. I was like, it's not the same province. It is the same province. Herpa derpa. I was like, why am I not gaining anywhere else? Are we losing here now? We are losing here now. Despite... Wow. We're losing a lot, despite the fact that we have barks. I have a hotkey for this now. It's Shift X. Yeah, okay, we're gonna start. I don't like using the fishing boat exploit where you can upgrade the fishing boats. So we will not. Transport code is pretty good when going land. We are experimenting with going land this turn, and we're looking to swap off of this. We could do something other than cap economy. I think we gotta go humanist. We can go quantity first, because we're actually getting a quantity push. We could also go inward, because we're getting a push towards it, but we might end up going outward and eventually. Can we get more push than... No, we can't. We've already pushed that the max. I guess it's humanist. More of an experiment. I have a video where I go play as Lados, swap to Greek, swap back to Greek, swap to Bulgarian, swap back to Turkish, not to self-promote, but if you don't know how to. Yeah, another big one is just conquering a bunch of stuff. We'll also do it. But yeah, that's... I don't know if that's worth all the stab hits, but it's certainly the memeiest way to do it. Because I assume you swap for the purposes, swap and then swap back just so that you can uber accept the culture. This isn't bad. Is it better than anything we have the option for right now? I mean, we could wait for next age, but that's kind of maybe pushing it. We do like tax efficiency. Can you say the Admiral's the same as Jesus because he's walking on water with the boat? Exactly. You know what's really cute is everyone can get the full collapse on fort maintenance by going garrison system now. Because there's... This Playmaker might be interested to know this, but there's 85% now just vanilla fort cost reduction. So, virtually everyone, like... can use forts to spin up the economy better than any other building. Just the inputs for forts suck balls before bastions, but once you get to bastions, they'll be good. We could go also Diplo traditions. I don't hate Diplo traditions. The Diplo rep will actually help with the anti quite a bit. We should have maybe gone this before. Let's do Diplo traditions. I think this is fine. It was meant as a meme type thing, but it ended up being kind of viable. I mean, it's faster, it's just a lot of stab. It could be better. I just, like, intuitively, I would assume it's not. Land plus centralization lets you push pretty much good amounts of control from an inland capital or governor. Yeah, we're going land this run. It's not... Having 2 less governors is just, like, it's just bad, but, like, we're seeing how bad it is kind of thing. I hate all forms of money printing, like Paradox games like that, the fort maintenance thing. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is like, they have a lot of things that annihilate money, too. Like, your sliders just annihilate money. So you have the stuff that just free prints money, and then things that annihilate money, and, speaking of... The thing is, like, the idea is probably that they all come out in the wash. I don't think we need Diplo when we're the Emperor. Who needs diplomacy? Certainly not the Emperor. I don't think we have enough Diplo capacity to support this alliance. Yeah, we don't. We don't want to go over. I lost my train of thought. Is title of patch 1.2 completely broke the Ottomans? It includes what he's arguing about with Admiral regime? Yeah. But it's the most straightforward way to do it. The 40% way to do it's kind of a little bit more annoying. But the other way is to get, or not 40%, that's the religion. You have to get it to be your biggest cultural group. Or there's a couple other ways, but they like aren't really as straightforward. We can worsen our cultural opinion of these guys. I think we will, so we'll culture convert them a little bit faster. They are accepted, though. Those guys will soon all just be assimilated anyway. At which point the thing falls off. I suppose at the end of the day, it's additive cost reduction that's the real culprit as always, and we get distracted by a dog is like a dog with scroll. Yeah, it's the additive cost reduction. Like, more things go a longer way also, like, feels like you being better with forts, meaning that you can make your stuff go a longer way, like, doesn't really feel like that bad a simulation, but the, like, yeah. The real sinner is... He's in the room with us. He's, flat cost reduction of, like, things is just bad. I think we can go granaries in those places as well. Yeah, we don't have too bad a price thing. And so we'll just kick things off with granaries. We're talking about food time, building up our nation. We'll have more food, so we'll have more pops, and we'll have these granary urban rights, and it'll feel really good for us, and then, yeah! Woohoo! I guess we will ally these guys. Especially because it puts us under the capacity. We don't want them getting kicked around here. Forest for the trees kind of things. Oh, man. I think... I generally don't get triggered very easily at all. Especially on the internet, because it's just, like, so low stakes or whatever. But I just, like, I remember disagreeing with someone, and I was 100%, like, correct, and then he just hit me with the, I think you're mistaken the forest for the trees, and I was just, like, so irked. It's, like, so unreasonably irked by the response. Because I thought he was wrong with the forest the trees thing, but I thought he was not entirely wrong, but, like... I guess we do Mecklenburg here. I guess we're looking at following through on threat on these guys. We kind of don't want to fight Lüneburg. I don't think. Kind of already have a lot of antagonism. Have been forgetting to send these guys money to up this. I know that there's, like, you can release a subject if they're the only one of that culture, and that this is, like, probably more effective, but I think that that's, like, really silly, so I don't want to do it. Is the plan Prussia into Germany? Yeah. Playing EU5 recently, struggling with the economy, is it always good to max the RGO of your capital? Nope. It's good if it's generally going to be better to max RGOs close to your capital, though. Or in your capital. But it depends on if you're getting decent value relative to the cost. Like here, this is actually a decent amount of tax base per level. I don't know why this says tax base per level. Most other things have been swapped off of tax base per level. But we'll get, like, a portion of that. Whereas, like, the buildings tell you how much tax you actually get. Taxes per level. So... these are actually alright, so we'll auto-expand them out. I wish my urban rights hotkey wasn't broken. Because I'm seeing myself want to use it. Alright. We have this place, we're going to set the specialization here. the secondary one to be the paper one, the printing rights. Yeah, because they just have, like, lumber. Ooh, they also have clay in the province. I didn't even notice. So we're also going to put a masonry. But now the mason suffers. Look at this. Negative production efficiency from printing rights. Womp womp. Terrible. The development for reform on land is now cracked, but yeah, but losing governors will always make it feel bad. Yeah, I mean, I think it's, like, maybe, like, good enough. It is so cracked out to get 0.002 flat growth, dev growth. This is, like, one of the strongest modifiers in the game. It's just not strong in the short term. It's, like, difficult to evaluate because, like, it's, like, good 200 years from now. 200 years from now, we'll just be cracked out with super high dev. In fact, you can kind of see already, like, where places that we have been... Well, we've also been dev provincing. We're gaining dev so fast in the capital that we're going to be actually in pretty good shape. We're, like, our eco doesn't look as good as Boho's. Oh, that's kind of weird. You're lagging out right at that time. We're catching up, though, to some of these cats. So, we'll see, we'll see. Maybe the person for us to fight is Poland. How much money do we get? I believe this scales with our income. We are planning on... Wait, hold up. Is this free money? So we send them a gift. We have to pay this amount for 5 favors. If we ask for money... It's the same rate, isn't it? But... Or is it the same rate? Let's find someone else. Someone that we have enough favors we can ask them for money. So, 76 gets us 5 favors. Here it doesn't. It's not the same rate. It's not the same rate. I think there's a minimum figure, is the problem. And then maybe it is the same rate. Let's just actually use a calculator instead of being like... trying to do the math in our head, or which I didn't do because I understand that if you do math on stream, you always look stupid. Like, even if you get the answer right, you still got it wrong. But if we divide this by 5, we get 291. Okay, so that means we net lose money if we ask for money and then send gifts. So the idea is if we send 2.5 gifts, max gifts, which is double this, we can ask for money. And it would have been, or it's possible if the rates are different for this to give you free money. Agree or disagree? Disagree. I won't read anything else. No, okay. Adding governors was bad for the game. Agree. They're fun, though. Agree. This is actually one of the, now Playmaker's trying to debate me into complaining about the game. This is one of the things, like, design-wise, I think just makes the game way more blobby. And I think also, your governors, I think that the fact that you can put a governor in the loud car outside and drive them to, okay, you can be in Brandenburg and you can put a governor in China, like a naval governor or whatever, or do they have to be on an adjacent continent? I think you could, in either case, I think the fact that you can place governors really, really far away from your capital is like not, like, is like simulation-wise devaluing control by a lot, and then also it just makes the game way more blobby. Unless you blob super hard, a lot of the times you don't even need the naval governors. Yes, but like the inverse of that, well, I think it's theoretically correct to like blob super hard. I guess, I mean, that's one way to look at it. We're not even using our governor because all the cities we have, I think, at least enough proximity. Actually, this one doesn't. We could use our governor. I mean, the price for them is really not that high, so I guess we'll just do it. Do you have a plan to put bureaucracy in another country? Do I have a plan? Or do they have a plan? Yes, they're going to. This has already kind of been for their roadmap for the future game stuff. It's been like shown already. They also like kind of teased it because when they were talking about 1.3, they said the bureaucracies are only for biz for now, which implies they're gonna not be only for biz coming time. Yeah, we're like sorry about that CB we put on you guys. Our bad, dog. Is our guy of age yet? Oh. Why is the game so laggy? What? Because I'm zoomed out. The game used to lag so much when you zoomed over the HRE before release. Send gift is based on the size of the economy you're sending for. Asking for money is now capped at 4 times the requester's tax base. Wait, does that mean... Does that mean we can get it so that we can get more money than we sent? I mean, obviously you send the money earlier and then you get it later, so it's like almost like an investment, but... Yeah. I wish there was a way to improve relations with people that was not just like auto-improve relations type of mechanism. Even 1.1 found cultural acceptance and assimilation to be a significant limit on the blobbing unless I'm in massive culture group. To be fair, the main reason I've been missing naval governors is because I play in West Africa and a lot of the desert corridors don't count as a road connection for normal governors. I have mixed feelings about that. I think maybe they should, but you can... I believe there's no... This is a regular land connection. Is it not? You just can't use the corridor. Exploration also puts a weird strain on the amount of characters you need. Because it's like the only thing that demands enormous amounts of characters, but it demands a freaking shitload of characters. Has this always given plutocracy? I feel like this hasn't. Because before you cared about the mercantile cabinet, but remember the burghers I think did not used to give this. We care about it because we can use it to push plutocracy up. Although I saw someone talking about the other day that the plutocracy thing is not even correctly applying. Or that this is applying to trade building levels is only applying to marketplaces, so only applying to the level 1 trade building. But, to be fair, I don't even think you want to research merchant quarters anyways. So, haha. I think we were gonna go settle colonies, but right now we might push inward a little bit, so it doesn't make sense for us to slot it because we don't have colonies yet. Polygamy's OP, big true. Mare Nostra's run suffered from everything being connected to the capital, being connected to the... kept destroying my naval governors. Yeah, that just shouldn't be a requirement in the game. Like, the naval governors should be allowed to attach. You should just... The way that it should work is you shouldn't get additional slots, you should get additional opportunities to make some of your regular governors overseas if you want to. All the new parliament agendas feel really good. They needed extra diversity of options. I 100% agree. I do like the parliament changes. This is true. Hey Sonomo, how's it going? Vic 3, why do I never have enough supply ships? Do I plan incorrectly, or is there a cheaper way to get more? Well, the supply ships, you can set it so that so there's like the civilian production in your ship rights, and then there's the national production. You can set the national production to produce a higher proportion of supply ships. You can make it like 75%, but also the supply ships you have at the very start of the game is, I think, low for like everyone, even like Great Britain. It's just like by the late game you get like uber flooded with them, so I think setting the supply ship production, especially if you're not going to produce a bunch of ships out of the blue, to a really high value is probably either 75 or 100% is probably what you want to do. What's better after the update? Well, it depends if the plutocracy is bugged or not. The trade building extra levels, I think is a strong modifier. I still haven't wrapped my head around how much worse trade is. But selling efficiency is... Actually, you know what? If you're playing multiplayer, aristocracy is 100% better. The discipline modifier is really strong. Just the thing is in like single player, you just don't really need like combat stats that much. The thing is like you get not only the 10% discipline, you get a higher amount of nobles. And the nobles count towards just your noble percentage of primary culture modifier, giving you up to, I think, plus 10% discipline. So on the net, this actually gives you like 15% discipline. And you get way more eco stimulus by possible nobles in towns and cities. But the question is can you make up for that with the trade building levels? To be fair, trade theoretically gets worse if the AI starts playing better too. So this is like also contingent on how much you've expanded. In theory, like the more you expand, the less trade opportunities you have per like marketplace, because you're like trading with yourself. We're pushing plutocracy. We're kind of trying to test it out. I suspect aristocracy is probably still better, but that it's close. Saying positive things about parliament is inherently evil. What about parliament should be... No, wait. Positive things. I was going to say parliament should be gotten rid of. Playmaker, the resident parliament hater. Playmaker and I have a different idea of like what percentage of the attention pie we should be spending on managing parliament. Or for me, it's, oh, we're having a parliament. I didn't even notice. Alright, let's go serfdom support. Who is this breaking with? Boho? I don't think we want to do that. But I do think we want additional taxes. Oop. Almost clicked the wrong shit. Do we care about passing this? Skilled member of the burghers appears? I kind of would not mind that. I wonder if he appears... Actually, I'm curious if they appear with cabinet traits. I think it's probably not worth it, and we should just do something else, but I really want to see if they appear with cabinet traits. Promotion is slower now, so when you start upgrading your industry, you end with huge deficits of burghers. This is true, you have to, like, piecemeal it. I think... the auto-expand mod does make this feel a lot better, though. Or it's really nice for this. Oh, I didn't notice how shit the industry was here. Oh, we already have the Yeah, we were looking for places with bad industries to push masonry, but we have beeswax and wheat here. We could make this place do wine, beer, and liquor. If I recall correctly, which I might not. We have the input for wine, which is like atypical for Europe. We have an input for breweries, either the beeswax or the wheat. Was the last one Distillers Guild? In which case we still have the wheat. So, I think we're going to set the winery here to auto-expand. We don't need a lot of wine. And maybe brewery too. Withrow is actually in this province though. Wait, shouldn't we have another right we can give? We do. But we've already started doing paper and books here, so I don't think we're going to give out that right, but we could give it someplace else. Yeah, I think... Oh, okay. We'll make some of that stuff here. I see how the truth's come out. You're neglecting Parliament. No, Parliament, please don't leave me. But I want to focus more on like the internal stuff of my nation and have that be more robust and fleshed out. And I think stylistically, Playmaker's a little bit less interested in that. We're going to see what character this gives us. Are there no modern supply ships or anything? I don't have 16k hardwood. Why can't I use steel and engines? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that part. Yeah, I'm with you on that. It makes wood way better, so like huge indirect buff to like Russia and like the USA and stuff. You know, our subjects would have an easier time converting Danish if we hated the Danes, so let's hate the Danes. Yeah. Fuck those Danes. I guess. Now they will have an easier time with this negative opinion of Danish here. Allowing them to assimilate faster. Yeah, I hate to see it. For the record, I have no problem with Danish people. Like IRL. There was a Magic the Gathering tournament for Khans of Tarkir. Really showing my age here. That was like a decade ago now. In it, there's a card called Dune Blast. And I remember the Danish team, because there were national teams, the Danish team was using Dune Blast. And for those of you who are maybe a little bit less familiar with Magic the Gathering, there's mana costs for spells. You build a deck, and the deck has like 2/3 of it is spells, and then 1/3 of it is stuff that plays the spells. And mana costs like 4 to 5 to 6. This was kind of... Or mana cost like 5 to 6 was like the top end for most decks. And Dune Blast was like 8 or 9 or something like this. Just like this really insane, over-the-top card that was bad because you could never cast it because it takes too much mana. But someone on the Danish team pulled it in their pack, and they were playing where you don't bring your cards from home, but you instead have to open packs and make a deck with what you have. Actually, I think it was like the team opens packs and they have to, with all the packs, make 3 decks or something like this. But he was playing as Dune Blast, And he got someone with it on coverage, and like the chat just like went wild. It was like Dane Blast. It was just like, oh, it was very, very cool. Or very amusing. We can get progress towards humanist here, or progress towards serfdom. I think in general we prefer the subjugation though. I think their opinion, like, honestly just doesn't really help you that much. Unless I'm not understanding the mechanics, so. But, you generally don't have enough slaves to do stuff, so this is one way you can get slaves. Upgrading 20 levels and building another 25 for level 2 building chains and 3 or 4 constructing time just eats up so many. Migration will compensate, but if you are doing it in multiple places, you just cooked in a decade or two. Interesting. There are some incentives to overbuild your promotion rate. There is plenty of opportunities bonus. Yeah, the plenty of opportunities bonus kind of... there's like... I think the plenty of opportunities bonus is too overtuned. I think it just like lack of promotions like creates an issue for you, and then they just like instantly solve it with a lot of opportunities. And I think maybe they shouldn't solve it that easily for you. So this is the Industrialist guy was our guy that we received here. All right, fair enough. Rude field medic standing up for the Danes. I mostly just want the game to be more interesting for a longer period of time. But Parliament's not interesting to you. It's interesting to me. Hating Denmark is the duty of all men. For that much mana, just play Omniscience. It wasn't constructed. But yeah. Well, actually, Omniscience wouldn't have even been as good as Dane Blast. You want the Omniscience so you can play the Dane Blast. Or sorry, Doom Blast. Have you seen the bug where you pay for tolls even though you don't even trade? That's wild. I haven't seen that. No, it's okay to talk about Epic 3 though. We're all Paradox gamers here. You're safe with us. Except you're not. Like, you step into a Hoey community and suddenly meat's back on the table, boys. Meat's back on the menu, except the meat is whatever is the most dispreferred minority group of the person who is speaking. You're just like, womp womp, Jesus Christ. We actually might integrate this ourselves. We're just not... Oh, no, wait. This is our subject. Our subject is converting this. Okay, nice. Every time I attack an OPM as Brandenburg, they top out 20k mercs. They're allies too. Welcome to how the game should be, where the AI can actually defend itself. Playmaker, what do you think of the metagame where, like, AI, like, sits on a bunch of money, and then they actually fucking use it to buy a bunch of mercs when you fight them? Do we have thoughts on that? I think that if a nation thinks it's facing an existential climate, it should conflict. It should actually just liquidate everything to hire a bunch of mercs, and that like this actually seems reasonably realistic to me. It just like significantly speed bumps the player, but my feeling when the AI has hands, yeah, I'm kind of with it. Like the AI didn't spend that money; they have that money. And that's like, kind of what the AI should do. I feel like the AI should just be like, you know what? Nah, get you. That's my purse. I don't know you. Like, when you like come knocking on his door, they don't attack anyone without that gold. Just wait to spank me. Yeah, they're at home accumulating wealth. Like. Okay, like, real talk, though, that's, like, what people did historically. They just got, like, gold plates and silver and this type of stuff, and they accumulated vast amounts of wealth stored in, like, random knickknacks, and then a war would break out, and then they'd melt it all down to play the mercenaries. I said Hungary spends thousands on mercs after going one location from Lower Styria. On offense? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's well calibrated, but just like clearly, let's actually see what we can do with bailiffs. Clearly, like, the AI was disgustingly underspending on mercs before. Like, mercs are just, like, better than what the AI was doing, right? I think our fur's probably doing alright. We're urbanizing so much stuff that, like, honestly... we can be pretty aggressive about how much we're actually even putting in here. I hate to put it on lumber, but, like, lumber's actually decent. I'm happy they unnerfed the wool. How much are we getting from this ish? It's not like insane. It's gonna go up. Burghers demand more of it than nobles do. And we did go plutocracy, so in theory it'll be a little bit better. Yeah. Is this the unupgraded one? It is. Maybe I'm just being too much of a nit here. Like, we should maybe just shift-click a whole shitload of them. Try to figure out where has decent money. And our idea is we're gonna eventually upgrade these later. The benefit, though, doesn't, like, scale linearly with the costs. What's that a few? A couple here. I'm guessing it might have something to do with special isolationism law in Japan, because only Kyushu. Oh, that might be interesting. That could be a cause. I don't know. It's like, I can't diagnose that easily, and I haven't seen this. I encourage you to try Athens or Achaia, form Latin Empire. Surprisingly fun. Some good DLC content not about Biz being busted. Maybe we shouldn't have even played Biz. Like, honestly, normally I don't play, like, the main thing I think everyone else is playing. I just think I've gotten reasonably big in EU5 that people would prefer the Biz stuff. But I didn't even do a poll. Like, welcome to the Biz patch. Here's some India gameplay. Maybe, honestly, I kind of want to play India. Someone wanted me to play Serbia, though, and I think they're kind of correct that playing Balkans thing makes sense. What are we supposed to spend this money on, man? I mean, we could keep urbanizing stuff. I guess it's keep urbanizing stuff. We're starting to look very urbanized relative to the rest of what's going on. God, it's like... masonry's getting expensive here. Masonry is getting expensive. Fur, fish, wool, lumber. The wool and lumber are kind of okay inputs. We're looking for provinces with bad inputs. I guess this place has, like, only wool. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna take their provinces and we're gonna... put the masonry on auto-expand in them. But you know, is another way to approach this as well, is using peasant percentage map mode and finding places with really high peasant percentage and using them instead. Although eventually if we breadbasket the livestock... Yeah, but so the fiber crops? Yeah, we could probably do fiber crops like this. What's the market access look like here? Cologne market's absolutely massive. It's so hot right now, Hansel. Why is it so hot? We have entrepot and city walls and some dev. They have trading hub, they have more dev, they allow us trade centers sponsorship. The thing is like sometimes I think it's like an actively negative modifier. Because it makes your subjects make more stupid markets, but we actually do want some of the clone stuff. And also the satisfaction's not bad. The rate's also okay. Here we're pushing humanists, so this actually makes us not want some of this stuff. Let's go expansionist zealotry though. Or actually, yeah, let's do this as well. It'll be nice for our subjects that we release to get that. I'd still like to see a mutinous estate hire mercs against you. That would be insane, because they kind of save more money than they should. Because they can only... Do we have a... We have to take a look at how much money they have stored. I forget where in the UI we see that. Okay, here, yeah, ducats. There we go. They can only build 25 estate constructions simultaneously, so eventually you outscale the estates being able to actually spend enough money. And then they just accumulate like millions of ducats. If they could spend all of that on mercs, they would just be absolute turbo nightmare. And I don't know if they should be that turbo nightmare. I think the estates should just get way less money. I don't know if how I feel about them getting the money from lack of control, but they just get less money, or they should. And then I'd love to see them merc up against you. A different experience playing Athens? No, it sounds interesting. Like, I don't know. Maybe I should have done that instead of playing Biz. There's like so much Biz content. They made Brandenburg start more bearable than it was. It was still kind of rough, but we got through it. Now we're waiting for our boy to come of age. Try and put him on the throne of the Teutonic Order so that we get an event to freely annex them. So we're in a little bit of waiting mode, but also just trying to kind of spend economically in a reasonable way. Setting up a lot of auto expands, this type of thing. Setting up specialization, poking around, seeing what the eco looks like, what we can do with it. Do want to get this masonry price down. I'm not sure how feasible that's going to be, but it's not headed down. we have a lot of granaries now, so we're gonna have a lot of pop growth. What would be a good location to build masonry? Generally speaking, if you want to build it in places where within the province you have either stone or clay, because these give a production bonus. Also, somewhat close to the market center is nice because this determines how much masonry you get built. So if you have a low control area that's close to a market center, building masonry there is fine because you don't care about actually making money. like in high control areas that are near the market center, you want to like produce goods, but in low control areas near the market center, or you want to produce goods to make gold, masonry is instrumentally useful. You don't actually make money off the masonry itself, and so having high market access just means you get to make more of it. But generally, that's what we're kind of looking for when we're looking at this and we're looking at this, is we're looking for provinces where they don't really have very good bonuses, so they're not going to be able to really capitalize on bonuses too much, and we're looking for those to build the masonry. So that's kind of like why we chose this, is that I think we urbanized maybe the medicaments and the legumes. I think we've already urbanized those even. The wool's also urbanized. That's fine. They are going to get a bonus towards producing cloth, but we'll just do this because we just need to have more. Market access from roads having it be huge. I think there's like a lot of roads everywhere at this point, but yeah, that could be a contributing factor. Forgot we got the next level of roads. The boys have been upgrading them. I think us getting a bunch of colonial tech is actually just like kind of punty, actually. So we can't really make use of it yet. We're still, yeah, I guess we're exploring. We'll be fine. This content is the most free views though. Yeah, that's the thing, is I just like, I know like if you want to get views and you're playing CK, you do like playing Tall as Bohemia. If you want to get views and you're playing like EU4, it was like Byzantium, Bazam, Bazam, Tium. And so it's just like content meta, but like I also just like it's also what the DLC had was like biz content. So people are gonna ask me about the DLC, and I'll be like, I don't know, I didn't play the biz content. Like that's like also like not rewarding, like way of, you know. At least one of these we want to specialize in weapons, I think. This one already has weapons. But for now, it's going to be a granary town. Yeah, I don't know. Pops are like the most useful thing in the game. Like doing the granary town just seems so much better than like. You wish you could turn money into gold, generally speaking. So why would you choose the urban right that gives you more money when you can just get more? Or sorry, you wish you could turn gold money into pops, but you kind of can't in a lot of ways. So like, why would you not just choose the thing that gives you less money just so you can get more pops, if like this is often like what you actually wish you had anyway? Trade offices feel really strong now. That's the overseas one, right? Why is this? Do you not have to pay maintenance on them anymore? A big part of why they kind of sucked is because you had to pay the maintenance on them. Ah, but the maritime presence improves your trades now. That makes sense. That makes sense. Thinking of starting a Biz World Conquest, maximum views. Biz World Conquest in under 100 years. Let's go. And then the World Conquest is you finding a way to get as many maps as possible to just rat out to China. And then go from there. The actual strategy of like how to play Biz is like, first we get all the maps, then we go over to China, then we use the Red Turban Rebellion CB abuse to annex all of China, then we move the capital to China. It's Byzantium, baby. Bazam! I'm about the same as you, 1472, well over 100 trade income and climbing. As who? As like Venice? I think we've had kind of a slow start this run, to be fair, but... I mean... What's your upkeep on these buildings look like? Because the thing is, upkeep on buildings within your own markets provides stimulus that you can satisfy with industry. Upkeep on buildings within other people's markets, to be fair, you can export to them, but it kind of, like, it's effectively a lot more expensive. Bro, under 100 years? I don't think so. No, but, like, in terms of the clickbait. Flipping all of China to Greek would take a while. No, I mean, obviously you just flip Chinese. Well, obviously you flip Turkish, so you get the Turkish content, and then you go to China. Like, the actual strategy. 55 trade offices for 1.5 ducats. That doesn't make sense. Oh, wait. Does it make sense? So base price paper is this. 10 trade offices, base cost would be 2, but you only pay 20% of it, so it'd be like 0.2. So yeah, that sounds all right-ish. It's like hard to quantify. So you're not getting... I assume you're like barely above water on the trade capacity, right? But the fact that you get maritime presence makes all your trades better. I am doing a Byzantium run and flip Turkish, so check it out, yeah. The real strategy. There's someone in the Discord who, like, anytime you mention the Mamluks, like, he just operates under the assumption that you flip Turkish in all discussions regarding the Mamluks. Which is like, the Mamluks are, like, have the best content in the game. You're like, I'm pretty sure they don't. And they're like, yeah, but you just formed Turkey. And it's like, but we're having a discussion about who has the best content. And then he's like, yeah, but it's the Ottomans, so it's the Mamluks. And then I'm like, well, I mean, yes, but also no. But, like, it's not wrong. You just flip Turkish. In the time, the Han peoples will also call themselves Roman. I have 20 galleys in the Baltic, really not paying attention, just improving with everyone and building them all over England. How much are you getting per trade capacity in the London market in terms of income? See, because right now, in terms of trade capacity, we're getting like 4.4 ducats per like profit. And then from this, we're getting a fifth of that. So per trade capacity, because we only have 20% crown power, per trade capacity, we're getting like, what I say is 0.4 ducats, and then we get 20% of that. So per trade capacity, we're getting 0.08 of like income to the treasury, right? And then if we were to build these things, which to me the extra value is going to be the maritime presence they're adding, but if we build these things, we're getting, let's call it a third of a trade capacity, but we'll round down. We're getting like 0.02 income per building. And it doesn't kill opportunities in our industry, kind of, but it also like would compete with our regular marketplaces to some extent too. But we could also do trades from other markets that we would not otherwise be able to. But it seems to me that that's like generally kind of like a weak investment. But is your content inspired by Arumba's old videos? I've heard this Arumba comparison a bunch of times. I actually like did not watch any of Arumba's like content. So no. I mean, I've seen, like, a little bit now, because people have referenced it, and I've been like, who's Arumba? And then, like, you know, but, I do think in general, though, like, I have a hard time seeing the marketplaces making much sense until we, like, fully saturate the marketplaces at home. I'm just the mom in the car, honestly. Where you're saying we have marketplaces overseas now, and I'm saying we have marketplaces at home, and then these are the marketplaces at home. But yeah, technically we should actually be doing this like by this heuristic, where we should like look where we have the most tax or wealth, and then like add a bunch there. Let's do that. Because what's the market access like here? In state and I would have told you the actual number. Yeah. We need 16 marketplaces to give full access. Hey, that's kind of the amount. Perfect. Can we just put this on auto expand? Well, actually, we don't want it to auto expand though, because we don't want it to upgrade or do more than 16. Let's just do. Oh, let's just do all of them. That's fine. I feel like you filled the gap that he left. I've seen people make that comparison, yeah. He did make some EU5 content, but I don't know what he's up to. Usually they build enough to max market access, they push out from there. Yeah. But the part I don't know how to quantify is if they are increasing our maritime presence, and they are a cost-effective way of increasing maritime presence relative to building boats and using those boats to patrol overseas, which, okay, that's probably true. You're using them in this way. Also, it feels bad that if you ever conquer them, you, like, lose the building, effectively. I don't know. I think that they're, like, to be fair, they're, like, 1/10 the price if you're a merchant republic, and so they get a lot better. But 0.02 income per building for a 50 cost building seems kind of bad. Although it doesn't, excuse me, it doesn't, like, when we build a paper workshop here, we make all of the paper workshops slightly less profitable, so it, like, has a negative effect on income, and trade capacity, I think, has a positive effect on tax-based income, because the trade will tend to, like, if we export something we have a glut of, this will drive up the price, and the price being up will make our other industries more profitable. So it's not really a direct comparison, but, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking it's just... The math doesn't... It seems like it just doesn't work for trade offices. It's effectively like 0.2 ducats, though, if you're a republic, and then it's actually probably worth. But it probably requires, like, the Merchant Republic advance, and stacking enough foreign build cost reduction that you get minus 90%. It's nice that all of our subjects have that, too. Magdeburg is also... This is kind of nice. They're using Dev Province. And they're getting a lot of Dev. Oh, I forgot they get it from their content, man. Is there a country we should flip? Are we supposed to flip Saxony? Oh no. I think we were actually supposed to go Brandenburg into Saxony into Prussia. Or something like this, in terms of optimizing. It's probably okay that we don't. But I do think there's a better way to do it. I don't know what tier, off the top of my head, that Saxony is. I think Saxony does get a dev modifier. If you flip Saxony, you can't form Prussia? Okay, that's good to hear. Even if Saxony's better, we want to form Prussia, because I think people in general will prefer that. The thing is, I don't actually value, like, discipline. Well, Prussia's discipline modifier is insane. The more discipline you can stack, the better it gets. It's not even worth building. The country benefits by the country benefits by the extra noble's power. The benefit of the country. Benefits being used loosely there. This guy keeps asking. We can afford the capacity. We have the Diplo cap now. Could also expand our standing army a little bit here. I think we have H2. We have H1 building, guys. Let's actually maybe approach this a little bit different. Where's the heavies? Let's just get Lancers, man, first. And then we'll get the estates at. Discipline efficiency modifier will fix any fun you have with that, don't worry. Yeah. Discipline, like... Oh, wait. Any fun? Are you not for making discipline not be fucking obscene as, like, damage reduction modifier? Where you just get minus 50% damage reduction taken? I don't know. Well, I want to avoid the discussions I don't want to have on stream because I've been having so much. But... Wait, why are we in the terrain map mode? What's going on? I don't have this set to any hotkey, so how did we what? Something weird is going on. I make fun of this map mode, so I don't want it showing up on my stream. God. It's actually kind of pretty, but... How did we get to this? Is there a reason you didn't go with the Teutons? Apparently there's an event to annex them. Now we switch back to political and... yeah. There's apparently... this. They nerfed the cabinet action. Even nerfed it's kind of... It's capped now. Yeah. Isn't discipline already an efficiency modifier? 200% discipline should be 2 times damage dealt, 0.5 damage taken. 100% discipline, it means you take 0 damage. For positive damage, it works fine, because if you get 100% discipline, you do double the damage. 200%, you do triple the damage. For positive, the value positively works like an efficiency modifier, basically. But for the reduced damage taken, if you get 100 discipline, you take 0 damage. Does do they make 200 discipline make you invulnerable? Yeah, it just makes you invulnerable. 100% it makes you invulnerable. I feel like there are always character bonuses. You're correct, there are character bonuses. We do want someone in there. We do want to make sure that we have a burger always. Oh, the burger that we got rolled Parliament support 10%. I think we actually have another guy with Parliament support 10%. He might have been one of the guys that died, though. Yeah, he was one of the guys who died. Alright. I think in general paying for the characters is kind of okay. It's much less paying for the character because you really, really want their bonus, and more paying for the character to avoid some of the really shit cabinet things. So we'll roll the dice on a guy or two. See, like, look at it. Or, well, that's not even that bad a modifier. In particular, you don't want anyone to have the minus 10% tax efficiency modifier. we're honestly probably getting lost in the sauce, but this is what you're trying to avoid, is if you just put a regular guy in and then some guy becomes corrupt and then you don't notice, man, it's almost like a real simulation. Eating 10% tax efficiency malice and then you don't realize what's going on is so bad. We'll open one more loot box, chat. Chat, send me your energy. Wow, I guess I just assumed it worked like EU4. I guess I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure the way it works is it's just like less damage taken. Are you gonna go deeper with your biz run? I don't think so, because I only have a few more days before my trip, and then we're gonna be on 1.3. And I wanted to maybe do a starting steps for one more nation or something like this. How's the Brandenburg run going? It's going pretty good. Enric. This one's pretty bad too. Yeah. Alright. We'll put in the idiots. Counter-espionage is not even very important, but we'll put in this guy for the speed, and then I think we'll put in the other burger we have to maintain us having a burger. He doesn't have a trait yet. We just hope we don't low roll a bad trait. We got a baboop. Cheese curds, delicious. Thank you for the follow. I like the cap traits. I do too, except for the minus 10% tax ethic should maybe be half. If it was half, it would still be like really, really bad for you. Oh shit, the hiccups. Not again. Here we go again. Tripping on the pavement can hurt. Yeah. Ooh. Bird and Warrior, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated, my guy. I need to make that noise not as startling. It's like so loud for me, like relative to the cars outside. 25% conversion is pretty bonkers for a freebie bonus. Yeah. It is pretty bonkers. I think so like overcoming thresholds is like a big deal for this, like because you can get under 100%, or like you can get like assimilation. If you get under 0, you like don't assimilate whatsoever. So like avoiding that breakpoint is like a really big deal. I haven't seen if there's an assimilation one though. Conversion's a lot weaker because you're much less likely to hit that. But like for us. Or I guess we can't confer that onto our subjects. Currently we're kind of okay on the religion thing. Bro missed the dad joke. Terrible sense of humor. I like the cab traits. Enjoy your trip. Make sure you brace yourself. Tripping on pavement can hurt. Yeah, trip's a pun because I can trip and I can also go somewhere else. I don't know. There's levels to this dad joke game. The best dad joke is the one that your dad played when he made you. Oh! Rock and Roll Jewel, thank you for the bits. Much appreciated, my guy. Let there be hype. The hype train is born. I didn't mean that dad joke, by the way. I just couldn't resist. If I was a dad, I would probably tell that to my kid. The greatest joke I ever told was making you. Oh god. Terrible. We could build more roads. We actually want to make sure there's a level 1 road everywhere. Can we actually make a road here? No, it's an island. Terrible. I'm not sure if it counts as having... The reason we care about this is because it makes dev. Road connect to the capital modifier. So this place is not getting it. What you give for going full spiritualist? Arguably a reason to go humanist. It's easier to compensate the conversion penalty. Yeah. No, yeah, that's fair. This guy we just put in. You know what this means, chat? We get to open more loot boxes. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, we'll take it. Delo. I'm pretty sure rolling is just kind of fucking bad. And you should just pay the gold to kick people out when they roll a bad trait. Can we stack counter traits? Probably. We have two of these ones. Wait, is it not even applying? Stability decay 0.05. It's not even working. Maybe we make a bug report. Okay, in theory, if it was working, it would be nice. I think we only have one pop conversion speed, yeah. We only have one of the other ones, so we can't check if they stack. Loot boxes are legitimacy now, not cash. Wait for the DLC where you can spend cash for for the legitimacy. What's the best cabinet trait? I don't know. I'd have to go through the... Look through the... What is it? I'd have to look through the game files. We could do this if people really wanted to kind of get at it. But I think that's kind of... Maybe a little bit of... a less interesting endeavor. However, cab decay, it says current 0.02. What do you mean? Oh! Okay. I thought that this was a flat modifier. If it's a percentage modifier, then it's really not that big a deal. Right? Or is it a big deal? We're only decaying 40% of what we otherwise would be. Architect is probably the best one. Architect's pretty good. Bro has 4K hours and doesn't know how to navigate the UI. Bruh. These things are brand new. I guess that's fair. Guy doesn't know where the tooltip is. Terrible. Someone burn him at the stake. That'll teach him. Estate satisfaction's good. Conversion also seems... Conversion seems good, but you need a lot of flat modifiers too. Conversion, like, the thing is if you really want conversion, you just flip theocracy and then it just doesn't matter because you're so fast anyways. You're trying to keep stab high, reducing decay is big. Yeah, that's fair. No, I mean, this is reducing our decay by, like, 20%, so... That actually is decent, and they are stacking. I just, like, didn't get the math immediately. I didn't get the memo. Getting so much pop growth, man. Don't have any other city upgrades available. Really should not be spending our legitimacy on opening loot boxes, though. I really wish that my freaking... I don't know why the tooltip, or why my hotkey for this is not working. But... this should be giving us quite a bit more extra pop growth. Yeah, large food storage in province 0.24. Rejoining after some time away, beard. So you have spent some time. We do have a beard now, yeah. It grew on us. Some of the industries paired in urban rights are awkward. Yeah, because they don't use like the same underlying inputs. I like kind of think the tools one feels awful. Because it just makes you worse at the other stuff. I don't know. Need a very specific resource to take full advantage. Yeah, so like in order to make... I think it's kind of okay, but it is awkward. Awkward's not necessarily bad. Sometimes awkward's interesting. In-game. We have urbanized wool, which we have in a couple spots. I think we're just going to set it to auto-expand. Yeah, we've already done this. God, it's almost like we've been playing this game before, and like we think in a similar way to how we think. You hate to see it. Pseudo-continuity. Clay is a little bit expensive. I think in theory stone's better to produce for the purposes of getting masonry. The reason being, oh, we have bog iron smelters here. So I don't think we were going to want to urbanize this, so we can actually do this. Because it's going to have wood, it's going to have inputs for that require wood, and then it's also got bog iron smelters. And this actually scales with RGO max level. So if we urbanize it, we get fewer bog iron smelters. But what I was going to say is I think we want to make stone a little bit more, but you get a 10% stone output bonus, and you don't get the same for clay, so stone's just, like, better. Well, that's actually not true. Stone's better to run through the masons. That's the one. Oh, but we're not eligible to make stone, are we? Stone requires specific terrain, right? Okay, I guess we'll just also auto-expand the clay pit. We have another wetlands on... We do have another wetlands on decent RGO. We have this auto-expanding. I think in here we're gonna set this up to do charcoal kiln. I do like putting them on top of the lumber and then not urbanizing the lumber, just like as a general heuristic. Because that's going to require a decent amount of pops to operate. All that. Charcoal kilns do take 1k. Lost my Bulgarian administration buildings is Ottomans because Bulgarians and Sofia assimilated. Womp womp. Tools gives you the biggest percent bonus, and you could easily build 50 levels out of a city and be happy. Does it give you more bonus levels? Did I just misread it? Give you more max level tools than maybe. Okay. I just think it feels awkward because you want like. I mean, I guess you could do that. Worst case, you could pair it with armament rights. Still gives 20% bonus. No, I don't think you want to pair rights together because the prod efficiency penalty is applying to all the other ones. So then your 20% bonus is going to turn into a 10% bonus. Because it's not actually a 20% bonus, it's a 15% bonus. I guess the Vic3 team hasn't been able to get the ship system working. Look at the comments, they're going through a bit of Tinto experience where the hotfix seems to break more stuff. Womp womp. It's not ideal. I think we'll just take the dev in the capital. Hard to pass up. We're almost at 50 dev. The HRE is like kind of weird with the dev. Because you get all these OPMs like using Parliament to dev province that they just get super caked up. Leader of my Industrialists doesn't want laissez-faire, but he's been busy for like 30 years and I can't exile him. You can't exile him. Why can't you exile him? You can't exile someone who's got too similar an ideology to your leader, right? That's... If I recall correctly, that's a thing in the game. And maybe that's what you have going on. In which case, changing your leader might help. Which would be easier if you had, like, parliamentary system. You could swap them around. How's the patch on the DLC? I think it's an improvement. A lot of people are really upset about it. Blobbing is harder. The culture minigame is a little bit stranger. And this has been the kind of a big chunk of the complaints. I think the game overall is a positive trajectory, but the trajectory is not insanely fast. The DLC is mostly a Biz/Balkans flavor pack rather than a mechanical systems-based thing, but I also am generally bullish on if you want to support ongoing development of a thing, when they put out a paid product and a free product alongside each other, I like looking at them in a more bundled way. How did your heir come of age? Alright, perfect. Our heir came of age. Then we could do this action, right? Why can't we do that? No. I guess we marry him off to the Lithuanians. Get them popping out kids as quick as possible. I guess we can't support our actual heir, we have to support someone from our family. I don't know what this is about. Oh, this is a rebellion. Can we even take stuff off of Denmark? That's actually also a good CB. Well, this works out nicely for us. This seems really shitty for Denmark, because Denmark didn't choose to go into this war. For a second, I thought we stack wiped ourselves. if you are going like fast speed though, wars are just like the play pattern for wars actually is pretty rough, I think, when it comes to like just how easily you can punt with the new stack wiping mechanic if you're going fast speed. It's not necessarily like a bad mechanic from the perspective of like this actually makes sense, but are we gonna lose occupation there? No, we're not. Alright. There's a requirement that he can't be busy. Oh, I think him being busy for eternity is a bug. Yeah, I'm not sure I have a solution for you. How are we doing with our trade? Yeah, we were earning like 0.4 ducats. Now we're earning like I mean a little bit over a third, but we're approaching a third of a ducat. Market's gotten bigger too, because what we did, or because we added the privilege. Well, if we're not gonna take... Actually, I wonder how much we're paying on the sound toll. Maybe that's why we're eating shit. Well, I guess we should look at the least profitable things. Buying it for 58, trade route maintenance. Maintenance is kind of expensive relative to our margin. Alright, well here's one with clone. Where's the sound toll even in here? It's time for Playmaker's favorite part of the game. I've been switching with construction on and off to drain my investment pool. Vic 3 moment. So we don't have something that gives us plutocracy. Sponsor University will give us progression though. The tides give us tax efficiency for 10 years. I think let's maybe do this. Grain imports is also not terrible. Pop food consumption actually gives you pop growth. Oh, geez, I just like wasn't paying attention for like 5 years. Because we used the push plutocracy before. Yeah, but this will allow us to get another like 6 innovative here. I'm not gonna break our alliance, but we will do individualist values if necessary, which it looks like it was necessary. So Naples and Castile are the people of the New World. Let's get a little bit more exploration going. Actually, forget this. We're recruiting explorers. You still have a lot of innovators to push? Yeah, we do. I will go listen to some Vic 3 videos to sleep. Jeez, it hits us with the nag on his way out. Godspeed. Have a good nap. / sleep, my friend. What are the odds that the current prices, but what we're seeing as a cached image referring to the trade? I'm not sure I understand the question. Like, the prices here? I mean, we could look at the prices in the market, but like, if the UI is lying to us, we might not have too much recourse. Wish they made an option whether you wanted to change societal values and automatically. Yeah, it's like a mixed bag. Because sometimes, I'm not sure which one I think is better. Because the fact that it automatically ends, I would love a pop-up where it says, do you want to continue pushing this value? And if yes, it doesn't bother you again. But like, if you click no, then it, like, unslots your thing, right? Because there are instances where you want to prevent a value from backsliding, and the old system just mechanically prevented you from doing that. I think that this is better than the old system. Because being mechanically prevented from doing it, I think, was not appropriate. Now we're going to have to change a different societal value. Let's go towards humanist. Let's... I don't know why the setting on that changes. I feel like it does. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe we merge the boats. Holy shit, we can't sustain food. Do we not have a good way to siege this? I feel like we should be pulling more food than we are. It's probably because the Hulks don't really pull much food. That works too, I guess. Kind of into taking the sound toll. We could feed the sound tool to this guy. I think it just makes sense for us to integrate it ourselves, just for the thing. Does sound tools, it scales with market access or control? I forget which. Yeah, I accidentally sent it before I finished, but it's useful to prevent backsliding. Not sure if levies are more efficient than, or regulars are more efficient than that front than levies. I imagine they're not, considering they're the same size unit now. I have to use the restroom, but if anyone knows if sound tools scale with control or market access, let me know. I'll be right back. I think it scales with one of them, I just can't remember. Tolls are based on control, IRC. So maybe we can feed this to our subject then. Is there high enough pop? No. If we can make it a governor, it's like kind of okay. I don't know if we can feed it to that guy. I think we can. Maybe that's what we do. Is that the same province? So we should be able to give that to him because it's the same province he owns. I remember someone telling me that the sound toll exemption, like, when you give it to someone else and then revoke it, I think that's what it was with Super OP, something like this. It seemed like an exploit, so let's just do this. Wait, what? Oh, got it. Let's do that. We might sell him the other guy as a subject, so that he can annex it eventually. Oh, I think we trapped our army again. It's not that big a deal. Next patch will be nerfed by 50% bagels, directly correlated to the creditworthiness of Venice, assuming that my monarchy, they are actually a monarchy, my source is experience. Wait, what? Sound toll scale based on the number of bagels you ate in the last 24 hours. Oh, got it. This bagel meta is too strong. Alright. They'll be able to make better use of it. I think we already sent them money recently. Oh, we didn't. I think when they ask for, like, food rights and we say yes, it gives us favors. If our... Oh, I should have checked. I'm not 100% sure. You tend to get favors with your allies. Head of my cabinet is 95. Nice. Truly incredible. They seem to model aging by certain features getting more pronounced, and he has a foot-long underbite now. What a handsome Chad. What a handsome lad. How long until this is up? We'll have about a year, assuming that this wears off. Oh, we gain this for 4 years. Is this 4 years, 4 years, or 5 years, but less 1 day, 4 years? But it seems like we will not be able to use this until the truce is up. Oh, unless we, like, uber thread the needle. We will have a 6-day period if it's exactly 4 years. I don't know if I want that, man. I don't know if I want that kind of pressure. It's probably correct. For the better CB. God, that feels awful. I'm not sure I want to be updated on this. Next one we get, we're going to use the hamburger menu to say, please don't tell us. Isn't that a year and a few days? Yeah. We said 4 years. Did I just read it wrong? I can't even do math. This is 3 years from now. That's fine. Okay. I thought it was just a few days, not a year and a few days. I don't have eyes. Apologies. That's my bad. If I had more eyes... It's unfortunate, but I only have 2. If I had more, I would be able to better see with my special eyes. Realize, realize, realize. As they say. We also have to keep in mind that the urbanization here is more valuable because it creates more demand in Mittelmark. We didn't build that. Oh yeah, we did. Just kidding. By passing the thing. Sure. If we do urbanize it, I think it's going to be a while off. The lumber, that is. We probably want other production stuff to be going as well. Do some of that. The fact that you get barely get pressured on food now is loud to me. I mean, you Uber don't get pressured with the what is it, the fact that you can, well, actually I think decay is like never really that big. But yeah, it doesn't feel like you're dynamically solving an issue here. It feels like you just go granary rights everywhere. I mean, we're not urbanizing. We're leaving some places unurbanized for the sake of being able to turn them into bread baskets, but we haven't even started bread basketing places. Maybe we should, actually. Because we get food storage from the farming villages. We probably actually should. Where do we see how much the decay is? Food decay is 20. So the food balance in Berlin would be doubled. Oh, is the capital of the province the only one where this happens? So I guess the amount that we're getting from that is not tremendously high. Well, relative to what's going on, it's effectively like plus 17% food, but this isn't a ginormous amount of food. Yeah, you really kind of aren't pressured. And right now we're talking about this getting rid of half of the food decay. Or sorry, 0.2%. Oh, it's not even that. No, wait, food decay is like a percentage rate. I think it gets rid of like half of it. Can we figure this out? Oh, what the hell? Is this new? Do I not have eyes? I think I hovered in such a way you couldn't see it, so let's get the tooltip back out in a way that I think you guys could see it. But the granary is giving minus 70% decay is fucking wild as shit. The granary town is giving minus 0.2%, so that's whatever, but the granary itself... The granaries always reduce food decay in this way? So food would be so much more pressured. You stop at level 20? Terrible. Do the farming villages? Forest village is probably just actively bad. No, this just gives you capacity, it doesn't affect decay. Okay. Other than that, livestock is like kind of the thing we want to upgrade the least. So So we'll put multiple of these. On farming village duty. Raw material output instead of food production, does it mean you stack on non-food RGOs too? Or do you need the RGO to, do you need food RGO to build? Oh, I'm not sure what you're asking. We want those two. What RGOs are good to max out? I mean, all of them eventually. But like the ones that have like high base price generally will be a little bit better. They're not quite as good as they were before because they cost more to max out too. Like the price has gone up. Alright, we are getting lumber price under control here though. Or do you need the food RGOs to build? Oh, for farming villages? Yeah, you need... There's only so many RGOs where you can build them. Like, I think any of the grains can build them, and the cattle can build them, and I think the sheep can build them, but you can't build them anywhere. Should you build on something like saffron, because the bonus for the farming village is raw material output now. Used to be percent food production. I don't think you can build it on saffron. But that actually makes more sense to do. Probably. There were some issues that were caused. Raw materials output. So this actually increases the amount that you output. Yeah, not just the food. It means less food overall, but more economic value, like a lot more. There's a requirement here, though. You can't build it on saffron. You can build it on wool, though. Oh man, maybe we shouldn't have urbanized our wool. Because wool is economically useful. Yeah, it's pretty limited where you can build them, but like we could still downgrade this if we wanted. Do we like the pound lock here? Oh, it feels bad. I think it's correct though. Wool is just so much stronger than it used to be. We'll go market village, or we will build one market village, upgrade farming. Do something like that. Because 25%, like, it stacks up more. I think we're okay keeping this wool, because we will both travel through it, and it will be kind of important for... Or it's like, it's inside the Mittelmark province, which we're kind of testing how caked up we can make that. So... Income's coming up quite a bit. I wonder if you could build a ton of legumes, change it to chili, and keep the villages. Oh, this is probably... You probably can. Definitely a little cheeky, but you probably can. It's like bothering me like an itch I can't scratch, wanting to upgrade that city. I think we probably could have waited to get the price of masonry down a little bit, but also maybe it's just never coming down again. something we wanted to use diplomats for, and I can't remember. Do you have stuff like being able to get dye from iron provinces via Orker or lead from silver mines, etc.? Are you asking about the game? Is there that present in game? Not too much. There's some of stuff like that, but not those things specifically. What are we researching? Lancers, okay. Yeah, we'll try and get a little bit more communalism. Iron Tooth will be nice. What do we have coming up after this, though? So what's the plan for the Teutons? The plan is to put our boyo on their throne. Or put someone on their throne. We have no characters that we can select. It's currently ineligible, but I think we need a non-heir royal royal character. I don't know the exact requirements, but this is the only... We need someone from our dynasty on the throne of the Teutonic Order. And if we do that... What do we need? Playmaker was in here earlier, and he said it was easy peasy as 1, 2, 3, ABC, you know me. I assume it's we need a crown power character that's not our heir. That is an adult. This is currently our only adult crown power character. And we're not gonna get another one too terribly soon. What does the support heir tooltip say? We can take a quick look. Of our ruler's dynasty to the target country and make them eligible to become the new ruler. We have characters of our dynasty. I'm assuming we just can't use our own heir. Probably incorrect to upgrade them immediately, but I want to. We should probably upgrade them like only a little before we plan on going to war. Guess we need to start powering through a decade or two? Yeah, that's kind of what it's looking like. To be fair, we could wind up and go for Sweden a little bit. Has this guy done the things? Not very fast. He's working on it though. I think I kind of messed this up a little bit. How's your Imperial Authority? Oh my god, I haven't even been checking on that or thinking about that. It's not going good. I don't even know if it's positive. Kind of like not super keen on fighting some of these big boys. Especially knowing that the AI mercs up. Although us upgrading our cavalry to lancers is kind of part of the idea here. Okay, well, let's check this. So we have 46 favors. So it doesn't give you the freebies. What are they doing for culture? Yeah, I think they're flipping stuff Prussian. Is that primary for them? I would assume. Yeah. How better is the AI since the new patch? They're better at some things. They're better at hiring mercs. They're real good at that, actually. One day you need to do a true von Habsburg playthrough, though. Become emperor and focus on passing reforms, expanding via diplomacy. It's an interesting, challenging run. Oh yeah, I think that would be kind of sweet. It's just like... there's too many things to do, you know? Like, for example, we've not... this is our first time doing Brandenburg in EU5. Ain't that the truth? Either too many things to do, or or they're better at hiring mercs. I think they're being better at hiring mercs is, like, absolutely a good thing. Just to be clear. Or, well, absolutely is coming on a little bit strong. I think it's a good thing. I think it makes a lot of people frustrated because they get randomly merc stomped, but you know, you either want the AI to be better at conducting wars or you don't, you know? You know what's good if you're trying to conduct a war? Friggin' mercs. It's up to farming villages here. I don't think... oh, do we have we do have irrigation. Is that like a river throughput? Nah, I don't think we're gonna trace stuff through there. Mercs? Yeah. I figured it was the mercs. I'm for it. I'm with it. I dig it. I think we have another explorer. God, the UI for this is like... it's better than it used to be, I guess, but... wait a second. Are we getting 0 progress? No. No, I'm just going crazy. It's funny seeing people on Reddit talk about how weak Brandenburg is, and in reality they were backwater into the 30 Years' War where they could conquer Pomerania after. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people coming from EU4 want the game to play like... they want Brandenburg and EU5 to be like Brandenburg and EU4, and there's like 110 years of difference, you know? And it's like people seem to object to the Mamluks just being absolute fucking terror raid boss. But guess who was absolute terror raid boss historically in the 1330s? It was the Mamluks. It was like, that was like peak Mamluks. And then it went downhill from there. But... Yeah. Can't use the... Yeah, we're just gonna spend some of our... prestige here. Hurting our cultural opinion of Danish so that we convert it faster. And then... probably Pomeranian too. And we will scold our son publicly. Yeah, it's a pretty good conversion rate, despite them being accepted. Are you using the German mining law that allows you to give... No, we... I had forgotten that it existed, but we'll put it in here. We will, though. Yeah. I think the issue with the Mamluks is that the vast majority of games, I never see them face any internal instability. Yeah, the complaint shouldn't be that the Mamluks are too strong, though. The complaint should be that they need a disaster. I absolutely think they should get a disaster. I was frustrated before release. A lot of content creators complained that the Mamluks were too strong, and I was one of the ones who disagreed with them. And the Mamluks had way stronger content before release, and they got like turbo omega nerfed. Like the Mamluks, and I'm not talking. So this material situation where they have an insane like power base and it's very condensed, and this itself being really strong, and then they have really good RGOs. This is a source of the Mamluk strength, alongside them having just like infinite pop, right? Their content is actually really weak, and I think it's like inappropriately weak. And it used to be a lot better. And I think that they should just suffer from having a disaster. But, like, if you were to play the Mamluks and, like, turn it around, like, you absolutely should be, like, one of the premier powers. And, like, the Mamluks have so much positive going out for them for their, like, material condition. Especially access to the Red Sea. Like, the problem is they don't have access to hardwood. But that's, like, not an intractable issue. But a lot of people complained about the Mamluks, and so the Mamluks got giga nerfed. Like, they used to have 20% tax efficiency, and that got pared down to, like, 10%. They had some other things. They still have some stuff. They have this proc speed. This bonus was bigger, and then it got nerfed, I think. But I forget all the nerfs that happened, but they used to have really, really strong content. They still have 5% discipline here, another 2.5%. Part of why they're good is that Sunni is insane, but anyone can flip Sunni. So the Mamluks can get to the point where they like don't have to pay for their legitimacy at all. But that's like more a function of the Sunni just being insane. This, to be fair, is a lot stronger now than it was on release. Prosperity wasn't very strong on release. You just needed some of it, and then it would go up to max level, because it didn't decay on release. This is nerfed. Wait, is that a new? This is reworked. This is probably a nerf, right? Yeah. But that's like kind of it. I think that they don't even get the tax efficiency at all now. It's on a special privilege for like their burgers. It's almost like people complain that the game isn't EU4. Yeah, basically. Oh, is this how? No, I'm still wondering how we got back to the terrain map mode after our first like changing of the map mode. They're an enormously dominant position that never gets knocked out, and even if there was a mid-game biz war, 250k versus 250k wars every 10 to 15 years. In my experience, Mamluks do basically nothing but sit there and dev all game. Yeah, they have no desire for conquest. They have, like, no conquest desire anywhere. Except for right there, apparently. Covets your land. If they could be given a personality that makes them do something, but this is also probably why they have a defensive personality. You know, this is why Biz actually just generally, even when they beat the Ottomans, they kind of just stalemate out. It's probably because they have this defensive, like, stance. But the decreased aggressiveness and carefulness, the AI actually expands if they're aggressive. And so they intentionally made the Mamluks passive if they're rolling them this, right? So the goal, and they made them, I'm guessing they made them passive is because people were tired of getting run over by the Mamluks, and when the amount of levies you have is pretty linearly correlated with how many pops you have and how much control you have in that area, and the fact that you can get a ton of control in here, like, the Mamluks are a problem, right? If levies are being used. Their core territory is so strong that you don't need to, yeah. Power structures did not allow for a stable inheritance. Every time a ruler died, the Mamluks would vie for control. Yeah, absolutely, they should have, like, disaster upon disaster and this type of thing. This would lead to them extracting from the nation rather than build them. It led to the prohibitive taxes that blocked Eastern trade. Opportunistic makes them a little bit more aggressive. Yeah, and you can kind of see that, like, the countries that do end up doing well are the ones that they give the aggressiveness modifiers to. Guess who they gave aggressive to? Sweden. And so, like, this is almost like the personality that if you don't have, like, and then here's cautious. Like, look how strongly this informs, like, the normal, like, big dick players. Is like, we choose to make these guys passive. There's a game rule that changes the country's personality per ruler, I think. I need to try it. I mean, it'd make it a lot more dynamic. Because we see, like, the same people kind of being big. Hungary always does solid? Yeah, it's because they're... If you turn up expansion, then the countries that are strong will do better. But also, everyone complained about Boho, like, running over everyone. They made Boho defensive. And this is why Boho doesn't expand anymore. Opportunistic Milan, Medieval 2 reference, PogChamp, let's go. Yeah, I think this is set on a per country basis. Maybe we'll start playing with the game mode. Just like when the what is it, the boss music plays when the Mamluks roll off of defensive. Boho has a ton of vassal stanics, so that's enough expansion to them. What do you mean? The world is not enough. It's about line go up and map go pain. You always want more. Or in theory, like, or if you want the AI to be stronger and offer more resistance, at some point, like, if you blob and the AI doesn't blob, guess what happens? Very quickly you just eclipse the AI, right? So if you want Boho to, like... Well, it depends whether you want, like, the map to follow history, or the historic nations to consolidate, or like power in a way that's ahistoric, because you consolidate power in a way that's ahistoric. So if the AI plays historically, you're just wanting the AI to play poorly, and that's exactly what, you know, the Mamluks are doing here, is they're playing poorly because they just are defensive. I'm surprised your Ottomans are so small. I've yet, on this patch, I've yet to see the Ottomans do, like, anything but die. This has been a rough patch to watch for the Ottomans. for my games. You know, all of my runs, Ottomans just get shit on and don't do anything. Let's maybe counting house up here. Yeah, I think that'll help a little bit with the crown power. And we'll just do the entire province. This will also create demand for things that we're pushing, economically speaking, which is the paper and the fine cloth. Don't hover that, hover this. Bueller? Paper. Oh, it doesn't demand fine cloth? Womp womp. My bad. That's what made the Winter of Aggro interesting. The AI played like a player would. Yeah, I was like kind of into it. I was kind of into it. Ottomans took Anatolia in 10 years, rip. Oh, that's crazy. Every time I played the Ottomans in the whole of Anatolia, really? I just like low-rolled like terrible Ottomans. Then we did a poll for it and it was pretty close to 50-50. So I guess I'm just repeatedly coin flipping the like weak Ottomans. Eee. Kind of into going for a trade range max RGO size. Let's see what we have on this side of the tree. God, I think Merchant Court is just actively bad. Governors are nice, but we don't need them. There isn't really a gov reform we super want. Max RGO in rural is trash now that you just like want to urbanize everything. So this side of the tree is actually not going to offer us too much for now. We don't need anything other than heavies. Heavy cavalry. I guess we'll pick this up. Currently not using that, but cabinet law is kind of okay. We're flipping. We don't want to get any of the Catholic texts because we're going to flip off of it. Let's go trade range and RGO size. Okay. It's gonna be a little bit of a dry spell for us. For some time, I think. I don't even know why we're paying for Diplo. I guess us paying for Diplo avoids complacency. We're accumulating complacency now. Oh, we stopped paying dip spending? Yeah, we're so smart. Handsome and good looking. Also, the pop promotions from the counting houses will be more valuable here because there's higher dev here. More consumption from the pops. Hungary's going tendrils into Austria. Yeah. Power projection? Power projection would be okay. Kind-hearted softy idiot. Is kind-hearted? Wait, did kind-hearted give us minus marriage? No, it gives us more. Okay. I was like... that's a statement. So I was about to say we have some like red-pilled devs here. Nice guys, finish last. Let's go. Alright, we wanted to give out this right anyway, so we'll get the legitimacy. But there's a unique, oh, there's masonry rights? That's kind of trash, to be honest, but... Production efficiency is more important when you care about the margin. But where's our unique mining rights? the German mining. Do we have to research it? I guess we'll leave that alone for now. God, I wish my thing wasn't broken. I don't know why the thing is broken right now. But we'll go Granary Town. Granary Town here, Granary Town there, Granary Town everywhere. I mean, one of the things is, like, pops are just so intractably valuable that, like, just anything that gives you pops, you just have to go absolute feral over. You can see we're starting to expand the pop a little bit more than some of the surrounding area. You need the law to unlock it? Oh. Oh, Shantae. When is our next parliament? Cool. Having a city with mason glass rights is fine. I think it's okay, but like, production efficiency is more valuable when you're trying to extract money than trying to produce like input goods. Just like in a general sense. I play incredibly suboptimally for RP, so I like the less aggressive AI. Yeah, I mean, you can turn it up as a game setting. I don't know, to some extent, like, when you can change, like, the experience pretty strongly just by changing the game settings, like, sometimes complaining about stuff that you could just change with the game setting. I don't know, people have been complaining a lot. Let's not talk about it. Feels bad, man. How close are we? We're really close to getting all this cord. What does the control look like here? Are we actually... Yeah, we're getting some Brandenburgian conversion here. I think we're pretty close to converting out these guys entirely. The Markish. Vroom, 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 vroom. Alright, so... We need an heir. I guess we're, yeah, I mean, we're just on like 20-year wait time. Kind of. Trying to handle the eco smart, though. See, the crown power came up. It was 20 a while ago. And now it's 22. Let's go, baby. The power of the counting house on a majority of our, what is it, power stuff. But look at me and tell me this doesn't look wonky as hell. Just the massive amounts of pop growth we're getting. Causing us to like have this insano. I think that we want this for 10 years, yeah. We actually don't want progress towards offensive. I think we want to go defensive for the eco bonus. So, but we definitely want to pass this. So we need to law change. Is this gonna backslide? Actually, let's see if this backslides our plutocracy. We might have to have a think or two. It will backslide our plutocracy if we swap to the German mining thing. Alright. What are we supposed to do? I mean, we can get one of these things, rid of one of these things that's pushing Aristo, but I'm not that into it. I think right to inherit is kind of okay. Like, oh, none of these are like that bad. We could change to something that pushes plutocracy after changing to something that actively doesn't. God, this sucks. Just to be clear, what we're annoyed about here is we're going to lose our progress to plutocracy. And so since we're going to lose our progress towards plutocracy, we're going to backslide away from it. Maybe we just have to go aristocracy. There's going to be other sources of plutocracy push. Is there another law I'm forgetting where we could get plutocracy push? Where did your hair go? Sorry. My bad, dog. Glass wants the efficiency now? That's true. But like, oh. Oh, I feel like we should have a tool here, I just don't... Is there another law we could change? I think there's apprenticeships, right? No. Apprenticeships isn't very good anyway. I think, doesn't one of these give plutocracy, but it's just bad? No, one of them gives aristocracy, and it's just bad. I know this we have one, but we could swap to, but it only gives 0.05 if I recall correctly. Which isn't enough to avoid a backslide. Interesting, so... I mean, if you're German, you might have to go aristocracy. This is kind of like an interesting distinction. I mean, we have the progress towards plutocracy here already. And we're doing favor the wealthy. I don't think we're on a progress towards... Yeah. There's no... I don't think there's anything that gives us plutocracy over here, so... We're gonna revoke the estate privilege like the German unique one. God, this is gonna hurt on the satisfaction front. Oh, I should have clicked the buttons first. No! No! Do we have enough to request taxes? Yeah, we do. Wait, there's 2 levels of it? Surely these are mutually exclusive, right? Alright, let's do it. Cheaper towns is also nice, especially because we already have some of that modifier. But now... we have to read, so the sunglasses are a little bit bad for that. There's plutocracy in the recruitment law? Is there really? There's not. Or we don't have recruitment law yet. I might not have researched it yet. The low ones for the other ores? Got it. Wait, the country gets increased expand mining costs? I don't know how I feel about that. Is that everywhere? That seems like a little bit of a vibe, man. Okay. I mean, I guess the nobles are generally pay for those expansions, so it doesn't matter. Alright. If I wear this too long, it gives me a headache, so... I should probably just get... If I'm gonna make that joke more, I should probably just get a more comfortable wig. Yeah, we'll wait for that law to be in all the way before we set something up. I have a sneaking suspicion we're not doing another thing. We could have maybe gotten another 50-point increment if we had done our nobles clicks before, but we didn't. Terrible. We colonize. Alright, the market, there will be a good market here. We can't colonize it. What are we doing, actually? Okay. I mean, this is where we could colonize. Alright. Should have explored here. Oh, fuck, we wanted to pass that. Pretty bad. Damn it. Oh well. We should have just saved this for next parliament. Or I think we clicked through increased taxes and we shouldn't have. That was my bad. A little poor execution here. Are trade offices worth building? I don't think so. Someone was super bullish on them in chat earlier. I think the math doesn't work out. I think the math probably... it seems like you don't get enough income per each of them unless you have like a minus 90% discount, and then they kind of might be okay. Fleet basing rights will extend colonial range. Okay. True, true. Let's do 2 colonies. You know what's the interesting thing is that centralization on your subjects is kind of good. If you're doing a colonization run, you probably should go centralization. Or it makes much more sense than it otherwise would. Got a lot of things in here. Let's do it. It's 8 provinces, but actual 8 and includes iron and a couple lumbers. It's probably okay. Almost majority Brandenburgian, at which point we maybe feed them another province. I want to let it go a little bit further. pretty much always go centralization. I think it's not worth because subjects are so strong, but subjects are a lot weaker than they used to be. We're playing this, like, run relatively slow. We could have taken a big chunk of Sweden. Sweden's, like, not that valuable to take, though. They get bonuses that make themselves better, but, like, a lot of it's Arctic. Just like this portion that's subarctic, basically, is valuable. And a little bit of the stuff above the Arctic, because the RGOs there are so good. Like, you have the Uber copper mine, which is plus 400% output, but... and the iron... It's weird how it extends colonial range, but not exploration range. It would be exploitable, but extended colonial range is already exploitable. Yeah, it feels like it shouldn't, but... That's, like, something I learned about a long time ago, and then, like, I kind of forget about, because I think it's weird and exploity. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have done that. Just, someone said it, and just, like, I immediately went feral for, like, a colony. Shout out to Leopold. Because of the trade advantage mechanic, you never really get enough trade power or trade advantage from foreign buildings for them to be worth it, especially as the game goes on. Like, the thing is, like, also upkeep on your buildings is effectively, like, less expensive than what it looks because it introduces to your markets demand. And to some extent, overseas ones you can, like, export to fill their demand, so there's maybe a little bit something there. But it's a lot less valuable. So, like, the margin on the building's just super small. They, like, actually, they might even put you underwater. Like, someone was saying that he was paying 1.5 for 50 buildings, but then we also figured that each one was earning about 0.02 ducats. Or would be for us. So in our instance... Now, to be fair, there can be markets where, like, it's really valuable because the average profit per trade capacity is higher, but it seems like... yeah, I think it would be actually net negative. Like, independent of the build cost. At which point, if something is net negative independent of build cost, then the building really sucks balls for you to build, so, like... There's, like, things that aren't worth it to build because it's not worth, like, the build cost, or it takes, like... If something takes 150 years to recoup the build cost, it's, like... It's maybe even better for you to just, like, wait for a different opportunity or something, but... Does this guy have a kid yet? Why do we only have one kid? Holy shit. Can we request a divorce? Let's do some of that. Let's get an upgrade, eh? I don't think it matters where we click, we just don't have any crown characters that aren't in the line of succession. In this case, I think it's fine, exploiting it to colonize Indonesia from Europe in Age 2. Exploiting, well... Yeah, I mean, we wanted it here because we wanted the market to be placed here. But then I also don't want to take the stab hit or whatever for canceling this colony. Or to, like, reload over something kind of silly. Oh, does this not have a cost anymore? Okay, cool. Yeah, we just want this one. We want when it spawns a market, we want it to be here, if it does spawn a market. It might not, because it's kind of close to the other market. Personal unions are so good, basically Great Big Vassals for free. With, like, an asterisk. If you want it on, like, a decent or speedy timeline, they kind of suck. Like, I don't know if you know this, but in the background, we have been annexing this guy for, like, forever. And we're still not going to be done for another 22 years. God, the people who have imperial territory are just so caked up. Maybe we're just supposed to actually just spin up a way bigger army now. We have a lot more money. How much are we paying for our 4 units? Yeah, that's so much maintenance. We could save up for mercs and just, like, try and merc stack them, but we have 4 units and that's the maintenance for the 4 units. So it's not like we could just add a ton more. We create more opportunities for, like, some types of buildings when we... Actually, it's just when we add, like, the manpower buildings. We have, like, a ton of manpower. We could have a way bigger standing army if we wanted. I don't know if I want to upgrade the salt or not. Man, the granaries effectively give you so much food income because they decrease the decay. I think we've urbanized everything we want to. Except for maybe the furs. I'm not 100% sure whether we want to upgrade the furs, though, or not. Put a bailiff where we have wool. I think we had it on one of our wools, but we downgraded something to build another one. And this lumber mill also produces iron, so let's actually put in there. Because we have the bog iron smelter. This will be nice. Masonry is a little bit cheap right now, and it's trending up, so let's build the granaries while we can. And then we have bridges. Can we build one to nowhere? Shout out to bureaucracy. No, we already built them all. I think we are going to shift-click libraries at this point. Except over here. Prince Edward Island. Should we name it after our own princey? But then something happens to you and you lose your union to a war outside your control? Yeah, that's annoying when this something happens. Have to pass all reforms for swift annexation, not spending Diplo, doubles annex time. Oh, that's true. I still don't want to pay for Diplo because I want to ramp up the economy. And we don't have the swiftest because they actually won't vote for it. And last time we checked, they actually had enough voting power to block us. They might not now because we have way more pop. I forget how to check this. Just rein in diplomacy. I rarely lose one once formed. Yeah, they didn't want that last time. Sometimes I just sigh and go back to Unionist play to keep it simple. I just feel like there's been several times where like the Union is like more annoying than useful. Because you like almost want to Union people like semi-far away from you. Like for us, Union and Castile. Just because it takes so long to do stuff, by then, like, we've expanded a lot. I don't know, you don't have to worry about them, though, as much. We still would love a kid. Hey, we replaced the wife and we got a kid, like, instantly. Tremendous. Can we suggest that they are the heir? I don't think so. I think they have to be an adult. I don't know the requirements, though. Some people are fighting. What does the library eat again? Or how much? I know it's paper and books. 0.2, 0.75, 0.9. Around a little over a ducat worth of stuff or something like this. But only 20% you pay for. Yeah, the really massive nerf to the promotion speed. Man, I can't imagine, like, trying to do this without auto-expand, because we're just, like, watching all of our, like, stuff come up. And, like, either shift-clicking everything in, which we could do, or, like, waiting for you to have enough burgers and then expanding one thing. Like, this brewery probably expanded, and is not fully expanded, but expanded because there's enough brewery. Or, yeah, they just hit enough available burgers. And to micro this would be such a pain in the ass. I got a headache because I didn't drink my caffeine early enough today. Feels bad, man. Getting 0.4 from large food stores in province. And so, like, a third of this is from these things. Because this gives us 50% more local food capacity. So 2/3 is the base 100%, then plus 50%. Are you intending on conquering Silesia for the LARP? Not for the LARP, but probably eventually, yeah. Really just kind of want to get Prussia online here. It feels like we're playing a little bit of a waiting game. So wait until we have an adult. It feels like we're waiting 15 years for this guy to come around. Range. Let's take a look at what we're looking at. Ooh! I don't know if we were even reaching the Paris market before. That's a lot of new markets. I wonder if we start getting a lot more per trade. We're up to close to half a ducat per trade, actually. I don't even know if the game's had enough time to think to even account for it. A little bit of lag. This is, yeah, the game is definitely having some speed things. So it begins? Nah. Now it ends. Will this thing get bricked? I think it just does, right? If we're trying to send out a colonist from here. And we can't trade with this market because we can't see it. God, it's pain. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Well, I think we have to make our own market, and we'll just do that. Day one of complaining about the fact that we don't have the map mode. For urban rights. We have this pinned to our hotkey, it's just not working for whatever reason right now. Just to tell chat what's going on. Looks like the AI kind of likes the granary towns too. Oh, we can oscillate by doing this. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Cool. Need to fill cabinet slot? Oh shit. It's supposed to click the other option there. You were correct though. Is it time to play Yahtzee? We might play a little bit of Yahtzee. Rolling the bad traits is just so bad. Let's see if we can get something good. Nope, not that guy. It's loot box time. We can do better than artist salary. Although it's nice, because if they have a bad trait, this blocks them from rolling this. Corrupt is basically the one we're trying to avoid. Alright, we're gonna hire one more before we cry. Alright, we're just gonna use any burger that we have. Because having a burger will allow us, for a little while longer, to roll stuff. So we'll use this guy. Oh, am I gonna be violating the Treaty of Tortillas? I think I am. Shoot. I just realized this. Bueller? Oh, we should put explorers at the top. Or actually, I think it does. This is a UI change. Actually, hold the phone. Pump the brakes. Or pump the phone, hold the brakes. There we go. Well, let's just do it from... I'm not sure if that market's gonna really have enough supplies. Yikes. Yeah, it does put the explorers at the top. Hell yeah! Didn't always used to do that. You also did not used to be able to sort by them. UI is getting better. Ugh. You'll be Protestant soon enough anyway, yeah. I think we'll be pretty aggressive about flipping for the RP reasons. Alright, we are majority Brandenburgish in some of these. We are going to we're going to feed them a province. Why do you want a burger cabinet member? Because there is a parliament debate. You can roll that will give you +10 progress towards plutocracy, but it's promote mercantile cabinet. You specifically need a guy who is a burger in the cabinet to be able to be eligible to roll it. So that's why we wanted a burger specifically in the cabinet. Time to flip Sunni and ignore the treaty. Oppress the Danes. Let's go. Let's go. Also getting decent conversion on these guys. Or simulation, rather. We accept them, so it's not a big deal either way. Who are our rivals? Oh my god. We had a Mecklenburg CB and I completely fucking forgot about it. And we ate a penalty to get this CB. Alright. That's on me. That's my bad, guys. We've just, like, kind of been more chilling and waiting and echoing and talking to chat. Why is your GDP so low? Not like this. Actually, we're trying to fix it. We're trying to get more pops. He's got a point, though. This is actually pretty bad for 1500. Oh, God. How much are we earning per building level? Pretty solid on the core stuff. I'm shocked we're getting that much from Spinners Guilds. Jesus. Just owned from the guy dropping in on chat. What's it like to get owned so hard, Generalist? Oh man. Guy drops in the chat, links us one of our own tutorials. Maybe you should read up on this. Maybe you should read up on how to make money, bro. Got Lamau, got him. Pound Lock Canals. Oh shoot, we are underbuilding those. Get good, idiot. We should actually set the auto expander in on those because those are just really good. Let's maybe open our auto expander settings. Okay, Pound Lock Canal. If you have, I don't think we really need a very large minimum discount, especially because now it's a little bit sticky. We'll just say if you're at -5%, build this. Alright. Or we won't build this in subjects. Here, this will help, basically. XP waste time too. Not like this. Time to build some ships and annex for Yuku. I'm gonna stand on this hill. 1.2 changes are atrocious in mostly every aspect of the game. I've talked about this, like, extensively, like, I feel like the last, like, 6 or so streams of the, like, negative feedback discussion. I think that, the community is, like, first of all, I think that 1.2 is slightly better, so I disagree with you on the merit, like, on there, but, I don't really necessarily want to unpack it, but I also think the rate of progress is slow, and a lot of the things people are complaining about, I think, are, like, fair and reasonable complaints. which is why like disagreeing on the substance is like less interesting. I don't think I don't think that like the level of vitriol from the community or like flipping like the recent reviews on Steam being mostly negative is like an appropriate response to like the level of the game is at now and like changes. We're using a lot of cloth, which is why we're starting to auto-expand it in a bunch of places, specifically in provinces where there is a production bonus. In this case, for us, from wool. But, I feel like I have this conversation like every stream now though, and then I get like myself worked up, and then I get like frustrated. Because generally speaking, if you guys want to talk about something, I'm okay with talking about it. I think a few streams ago we even like lead with the conversation. Local access to raw materials is kind of an okay modifier. We're not really getting any proximity to report right now, so I guess the Caravel upgrades may be okay. We're gonna want this when the Reformation comes around. I guess we'll take the food production. I don't think it's really necessary. That's a good modifier, but we're just not using it yet. This actually matters now. It's almost 2.5% prod efficiency. Very good tech, yeah. Let's go for it. We also are manually integrating stuff, so that's like gonna be something that's decent. It's gonna make our colonies faster. I think the one research for urban right just on the capital is like, I don't know how worth it is. Do we have... We also have fiber crops in here. We could build naval supplies. The thing, naval supplies now, like the specialization for it, wants... Oh wait, just because local naval supplies. Yeah, I don't think we want that in our kind of core economic base. We'll maybe build one of them out here, where we have fiber crops. Is fiber crops even? What's the biggest input for naval supplies? I think it's actually not fiber crops. Just that's normally what we like. Go feral and look at it for fiber crops. It is a lot of fiber crops at this level. Future levels... No, it is fiber crops. Or actually, this shifts to being more wood. Late enough. Yeah, okay. I think fiber crops having a bit higher base price is the more important thing, though. So we could do it with the... We could make this new town here. Focus on this. The thing is, did it also give tar? The specialization also gave tar, didn't it? And tar uses lumber. So I guess we want a place with fiber crops and lumber. And we only have one, but it's also the place where we have the iron. God, that sucks balls. What are we gonna do? You know what we're gonna do, chat? We're gonna cry. That's what we're gonna do. Terrible. Casanova. Wow. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I misread in my brain, I misread your name initially and was very, very excited when I thought it was Casanova Uwu. because I think that's a hilarious name. Oh, well. Alright. Do we have any place nearby in this market that's gonna fit the bill? God, that's such a big percentage bonus to be applying on tar pits. We really would... Tar is, like, really sucky. God, maybe we just actually use one of these places for that. Jesus. Just Jake, thanks. Thank you for the reset. Much appreciated. Go generalist, but stay there. Yeah. This man will go far. The sooner he starts, the better. His men would follow him anywhere, if only out of curiosity. Things are looking up for Johnson, but mainly because he's at rock bottom. Unlucky? Yeah. You plan on streaming 1.3 on the beta? Eventually. Next weekend I'm traveling, so I will not be doing it next weekend when it drops. I don't know when it drops. I don't have an inside track, but they said by the end of the month, and the end of the month is, you know how months go. The end of the month's basically here, so... Watching a lot of streamers that have launched with this patch, they've not been enjoying it. Even Playmaker, whom I thought was Tinto's side, said it ain't it. No need to discuss it though. Yeah, I've discussed it a lot. I don't know, like there are people who are like posting like, and it's not like just one. There's like a lot of comments that are like, the devs' heads should be put on spikes, and like everything's horrible, and like fuck these guys, and it's just like, I don't know. Not that that is the majority of the comments, but like I get a little frustrated when like I post a video and like half the comments are just like people shitting on the game, which like, I'm not saying people shouldn't be allowed to post those comments. I'm just saying like I'm like posting something I think is like, oh, this is how the metagame changed and it's interesting, and then everyone's like, fuck this. It's just like, oh, okay. Alright. I also find the negative discourse frustrating. I have 1,000 hours, love the game, I think it's improved significantly since launch. Subject changes in 1.2 are great, IMO. The performance sucks though. Yeah, the performance getting slower is a bit of a vibe. We're starting to hit the point where, like, that is a notable thing, but like, performance gets better. It doesn't mean like someone's head should go on a spike or it gets worse. Certainly not when it says it gets better. They said this week for 1.3. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see when they drop it. I might be able to stream it on Wednesday. Wednesday has been my variety I play what I want stream day. Although, to be fair, I'll probably want to try out 1.3 over streaming like Dominions if it were to drop on Wednesday, so I guess there's that. I've been enjoying playing Dominions. Oh, the gears are turning, chat. The gears are turning. And I'm starting to think that the, like, heuristic of, like, kind of be tentative about expanding, urbanizing some of the food stuff. I think food is just so free now. Or what's the market look like? Market food balance. Plus 7K. Jesus fucking Christ. That seems like a lot. Our most populous province consumes 125. Yeah, this is... These numbers are, like, crazy. Because we haven't even set up breadbasket like stuff. Haven't played late enough to see infinite mercs AIs. You've just fought at the wrong AI. But it seems like an easy fix by making AI not bank an absurd amount of ducats. Them banking the ducats is a big part of the issue. People complain about OPMs, but like at a certain point, the OPM can't build anything reasonable. So yeah, it should just bank ducats at that point. I like the thing is like the AI is actually like playing intelligently there. I'm not sure I hate it. I'm finding food to not be that free. I wonder what the differences here are. Do you mean like why we have plus 7k? Maybe there's a bug here. Well, one of these, I think I might know the culprit. I think I might know what's going on here. Hey. Oh no, wait, they don't even have the absurd output. Hey, why? So much of it's coming from parts of the market you don't own. Yeah, Zealand is plus 700. Basically all wheat. I think the granaries are just overtuned. Granaries, well, granaries are the lever by which you can like influence pop growth. I'm not sure that they okay, so they're overtuned in the sense that anytime you build any urbanization, you max out the granaries there, I think. Unless you have, like, average over 100,000 pops. Because the granaries effectively get flat pop growth. So flat pop growth is more valuable the less pops you have. And in that sense, it's overtuned. In another sense, people storing food, boy, did they do that historically. Yeah. Denmark's feeding our ass? Yeah. They banned Boko? Yeah. And the nature in Denmark started clearing up so much that Zealand alone is plus 700 food. I mean, it is like all wheat, so... Just previously, like, we've had this heuristic of we don't really urbanize wheat that aggressively. But we also have a bunch of river provinces. We'll have a bunch of, like, river, like, stuff that can go irrigation. And this can't go irrigation. So it changes the things, you know? And it seems like getting the urban rights is so powerful because you're going to get so much flat pop growth. Off of the... I think the... I mean, we're also putting granary rights on literally everything. And the food decay decrease is pretty substantive. Population isn't huge yet either. May become a bigger issue once it gets up there. Yeah, this is also true. Because proportionally, the RGOs don't increase, there's a base level amount of RGOs, right? They don't increase just linearly with pops, and we're not going to have as much. Yeah, maybe we don't urbanize then. I think we maybe have, like, all the provinces we want urbanized then, if we're not going to add. I guess, if there's a wheat to add, it's definitely going to be the one where there's iron. So let's upgrade that. Like, where we have, the most valuable bonuses. How are we doing on proximity here? It's such a derpy capital. We would want more pops in Stolp. That way we can make Stolp a thing. Really, we want the Teutonic Order, so really we just kind of need to wait. But yeah. The Boko ban is fucking wild. Or it's wild that's perma. Like, it definitely seems reasonable. Twitch is also just, like, inconsistent with the way that they enforce stuff. And that's really stupid. I think Hassan could probably murder someone on stream. And he wouldn't get in trouble. Maybe we go after upgrade the sand. Honestly, I'm kind of into sand RGO though. I think it's like actually a solid RGO to not urbanize, which sounds funky, but like, well, maybe it's okay to urbanize. The thing is, like, it's an efficient use of the pops because this will give 1 sand per 1,000 pops, basically no matter what. Modified by any RGO output modifiers you have, which, okay, we don't have anything too crazy. But the sand from this other stuff will be prod efficiency based. And to some extent, this is also, like, the lumber logic. This will be prod efficiency based, but it's multiplied by lack of market access. And so generally on a pop basis, this is more efficient, and if we're gonna have pops working the sand anyways, maybe why not these pops? So, I'd really like some way to spend ducats to get more dev, similar to how granaries increase. Yeah, I think I would. Dev feels like a mechanic that, like, being super low agency on the dev feels bad. I don't know what I would. But the thing is like, the granaries are, like, brainlessly, you go 100% granary. So I don't know, it's not, like, interesting choice-wise. And with dev, generally speaking, if you can get anything that gives dev, you just, like, you mindlessly go for it. And so I'm not sure that, I would like stuff to be a little bit more choice-oriented. Like, you build market villages. You build a market village literally everywhere because this is one way in which you can increase dev, right? Because you get the bonus to what is it? You get the 10 available burgers, and with the available burgers, you get the burger literacy bonus, and then you kind of do your thing. Who becomes man first, kid or grandkid? I think kid. At a certain point, unemployed peasants will sustain food production, though, don't they? So you urbanize anyways. Yeah, unemployed peasants kind of take care of themselves, but the upper class pops definitely need food from somewhere. So when... Oh, this is grandson. Why is grandson being showed in... Oh, wait. That is grandson. Just kidding. Same age, actually. But we have a lot more crown characters. Not having to build the labor buildings with crappy PMs is always good. I feel dev is a bit of an abstract modifier. What does dev even mean? Yeah, dev could... I think an entire rework of dev would be fine. Dev is something I think could be reworked, but is like, would be a low priority for me to rework. We kind of like want to not roll this, so this is a reason to build more counting houses. What do we want law change-wise? I guess we changed legal code to be outward. Because we don't want to pass this. That's not it. We changed feudal laws. Got it. We just want the plutocratic push. And now I think we'll push outward. I think we also have some colonization laws that we never put in. Yeah, let's do this. I'd like to see a state-only building that adds to development at a huge cost to the estates. That would be interesting. I think that there should be a mechanic where wealth gets stored in locations, and that this helps to drive up development. We could change another law. I think we're just gonna do this. But we have a lot of our stuff just kind of set up now. We're just gonna wait 13 years. While also getting a little bit of expo into the HRE done. Game is actually starting to feel pretty choppy though, performance-wise. We could restart the game. I don't think I want to do it at this point. We could turn on faster Universalis as well. Why can't we? They're not a threatening rival. Is there a way to make them threatening? Oh, we're silly billies. We're silly billy. We could have taken the town rights and used that to get a parliament CB. Well, actually, we're not silly billies because I thought we were going to be able to just regular CB these guys because they're our rivals, but they're not a threatening rival. Oh, they're too small. Who do we actually rival? Denmark. Denmark, I think we have a truce with still. It's almost up, I guess. I think we're going to annex Denmark in the next war as well. Ooh, I'm thinking of eating this tax exemption, but I think I freaking hate it, so I think we're not going to do that. I think we'd rather have money. Highest priority should be warfare, colonization, and trade, colonization and trade if they rework anything. I super agree with the colonization thing. Warfare, I don't know. I don't have like a vision for how they could improve things with warfare. Like, in terms of something for me to suggest. Which is usually I don't complain much about something if I don't have a better alternative. UI is being funny. Feels like the month tick is the only one going slow. Yeah, faster Universalis helps with that though. You can start a game with faster Universalis and like set certain parameters, like removing all the Society of Pops, which like helps performance. But like, it feels like also clicking on stuff is taking a while. Like this isn't responsive to me clicking on it. Although it's not responsive because it hits the month tick, but that just means you have to be paused while doing everything, basically. Are our explorations getting gummed up? They are. Oh, it's not a valid target. Son of a bitch. Well, we want the province. I think their capital appears in the province capital. We'll try and do that. Because right now it's not the province capital. And we want them to have their capital there. We want them to have the capital there because that has decent market access, and their capital will spawn with a town. Actually, we'll maybe save this as an example. If we're gonna make a colonial tutorial, this is like on the like list of things, like little tricks, is we're building this castle to shift this to this, so that when this colony finishes, it will be more the way we want it. It's gonna finish kind of soon though, we might not get it. Are you a fan of the expel/settlement loop for pop growth at all? No. I think that it's not worth the cabinet action. I think you like prefer dev. We can actually have our... In my head, like, you don't want to have your crown character, if they're your heir, lead the army. Let's actually do this. He's not even our heir, so we'll do this. A little bit of extra crown power. Crown power for us. Should bump us up from this point, or 23% a little bit. I'm curious, actually, does anyone know the requirement swap to 26% for this influence? Because it seems to me we had another crown power character. Why can't we give this... Like, I wish it just, like... There's no place where we can support an heir, and I am not 100% sure what the requirements for supporting an heir are. If anyone knows... I figure that it's you have to have someone of your dynasty, but we just saw that there's... Like, the character we put in charge of the army is our dynasty, right? Oh, maybe he's crown, but not our dynasty? Yeah, de Jaligne sur Basbere. Okay, so he's crown character, but he's not our dynasty. Probably shouldn't be a crown character then, huh? What does the invalid target mean? Is the market access just too high? So, in order... there's like 4 or 5 different thresholds you can pass to make making a market in a place viable. One of them is being urban, and so we want the market capital here, and so we're making sure our subject's town gets created here when their thing finishes, and when their town finishes there, then we're going to be able to put a thing there. You also, if you have sufficiently low market access, and there's like 2 different requirements, or like 2 different ways of doing it, and I forget exactly how they work, but if you have sufficiently low market access, you could do it in a rural area. But we don't. I don't think they could be in your direct lineage, like cousins or further. Oh god. Oh god. Alright. Fair enough. So I guess we're kind of semi-chilling for a bit then. Do we want all these forts? The forts are kind of net positive now at this point, I think. Or how much fort maintenance modifier do we have stacked? It's only 45%. Or around 50%. Yeah, maybe this fort's just no good. Although... no, these don't have, like, if these had way different input goods, there's maybe, like, an argument for them. Is the ruler located in the capital of Bavaria? I think he's... whoever's the leader of the union, I think, gets the ruler. This is maybe a good question. He's, located locally. Wish there was, like, something that let us see the total political power. Because we want to put this where we have political power, basically. And generally there's a little bit of correlation between economic base and political power. More economic base tends to, at least in urban areas, tends to mean more promoted pops. Definitely says not the ruler, not the heir, is adult, not female, is eligible heir recipient, and isn't blocked for interactions. Yeah, so we just have to wait. Okay, okay, okay. It's just a time thing. I'm pretty sure marketplaces are like our next kind of way to saturate. Marketplaces, but not in... I don't know if we'll need that many. Actually, is this even the right map mode? Yeah, we want location wealth, not the other one. Wait. No. We almost like want a new type of thing. We would, because what the wealth would be if it had more market access. Because market access influences wealth. Right, because you produce more goods. And it's almost, we want, like, unmodified by the other thing. This place, we're not sure if we want to, like, turn rural or not. I think eventually we'd probably want this rural. Unless it's, like, a farmland. It's not. It's even a woods. Should probably downgrade this now instead of later. Oh, it's giving us pop growth, though. Wait, are these eligible for the German mining town specializations? The amber? I don't think they are. Right? They are eligible? What? Stop? That changes everything. What succession law does the Teutonic Order have? Oh, shit. Even if we had a character, we couldn't propose it then, could we? Can't check because you have Granarians everywhere? Womp womp. I think once... Stolp is really high pop. I think once we upgrade it, we'll get to take a look. I still think it might be granary rights first anyways. Just because pop growth is so valuable. The map is starting to look like a little funny. It's very subtle right now. Where like you can tell which territory is ours and has been ours and which one hasn't based on that. Usually it's easier to tell if you stack dev or you're doing dev shenanigans. Very nice. God, to the extent that like you can like RP in a non-historic way, I really think that like being able to put like women in power is like something I want to be able to do. It's just like accurate. Like we have like this idiot on the throne. Could have had a woman, but no. Instead we have the idiot. I actually don't know how many siblings he has. He might not have a lot. He's still an idiot. Alright, we're about to finish a bunch of these. I don't think this bumps up our crown power, but let's see. 26%! Yeah, I didn't think it would be enough. Worth a try, though. Holy, it is really starting to chug. God, it was like... To be fair, this is just like a memory leak, and we probably just need to restart the game. And when it's early, we just don't need to do that. Maybe we wrap up the stream. How do I maximize the city of, the size of the city map object? Oh, I have no idea how to do this. I don't, like, look... I don't even use that map mode, man. Where we're, like, looking at the size of the... I don't know, I'm guessing you use up all the available building slots? Giving women power would make the game's Steam reviews go negative. That totally would. I 100% agree. People would be like, my realism. Right now they complain because they can't expand, even though that's like not realistic. But the second we put women as rulers, they'd be like, this game used to stand on business about realism and integrity. Wait, when can I put in my Amazonian succession rights, dog? When do we get, like, the Phoenix being restored from Byzantium and just, like, running through all of Europe? When do I get my Amazonians? Where's the law? Do hospitals really do much in the long term? Well, now that diseases can strike multiple times, probably. Doesn't going to the main venue fix it? I don't think so. We could check, though, for the stream. I think you have to exit the entire program. I mean, like, so to be fair, I think to give the benefit to, like, the doubt to gamers, oh, well, that made us bug slat, so I guess we can't check. Were we saving? I think we were saving. Let's see what things are looking like. But to give the benefit of the doubt, I think that the people who are like would be upset about a departure from realism, or the people who complain about like things that are unrealistic not being viable, and then would complain about the departure of realism because women can become rulers easier, I think are in the relative minority of like the player base. They just might be a little bit more vocal. Main men being on back has fixed it for me. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I just see like I see the characters that have the high stats as being women, and then I get, like, annoyed that I can't, like, put them in charge. Like, the game just, like, won't let me. It's not like that the game will, like, make this cause a rebellion or something. Just the game doesn't let me, like, entirely. And it's like, why even have female characters? Well, so you could do royal marriages, but let's take a look, though. How we're doing. Yeah, it's way faster. Who's this? I'm not sure we want to conduct this war. So, because we were trying to outro the stream anyways, so... Let's have a little bit of save. You can put them in a cabinet? Yeah, you can put them in a cabinet, but you have to take a 20 legitimacy hit to do it. I don't know, that seems a little big to me. You can put them in a cabinet, or you need to flip a religion that specifically allows them to do stuff. I wonder if Hellenism allows them to do stuff. It maybe should. Or maybe it shouldn't. I mean, Hellenism's just like... Like, being able to go Hellenistic is just like, I mean, I guess it's historically plausible, but like, it's like, kind of just a meme to begin with. So like, letting women do the stuff in the Hellenism's maybe okay. Like, you don't blow that rolling characters away? True. Maybe I'm the real, like, I should be like, you know what? We're gonna suffer the legitimacy. Yeah, maybe I'm the problem. You're big true. I think you're onto something with this one. Hellenism is just paganism? Yeah, but... I mean, I guess, yeah. Yeah. I just feel like the possibility of a pagan resurgence into Hellenism... for the Byzantine Empire, who one of their market points of departure from the Roman Empire is the making of their national religion Christian. Like, I mean, I guess. Weirdly enough, Sunni makes it easier to put women in cabinet via harem laws. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, I also, from a simulation perspective, women were just, like, more impactful than they're represented in game. But the game isn't... I think the game just chooses not to address women entirely, basically. More so than, like, having a, like, accurate representation. Or, like, a stance on representation of women. But, like, first of all, there were, like, a lot of women rulers, and then second of all, like, women were high impact, like, even if they weren't rulers, like, in terms of, like, there were a lot of women that held a lot of political power, even if they weren't, like, the monarchs themselves. Because it just, yeah, I don't know, it maybe makes the game a little bit more complicated in a way that people just don't care about trying to represent it, or it's, like, super low on their priority list, and I think I get that. But yeah, Orthodoxy was just too entrenched for the Roman Byzantine state to go Hellenistic, so yeah, it's a meme. That's kind of, yeah, it's kind of what I think about it, but I don't know. We'll see with Pillars of the Iberian expansion if they like give a similar treatment to Iberia that they did the Byzantines, like in terms of. And I think like a big portion of the player base I think does want like this these pushed mechanics that like make the nation feel a lot different than the other ones. Or in my opinion, they're pushed. Like for them, they're just like flavor, right? But I've not seen the Byzantines get eaten by the Ottomans once in my games. And I think that this is kind of the only thing that's stopping them from expanding and actually running over people with their unique units. To some extent. I actually don't know how many of them they had built. Orthodox is a lot stronger than I thought in the first place, especially if once you create your own patriarchy, yeah, you can choose more options. And also some of the, they also get like 0.1 prosperity or like, I forget, I think it's 0.1. But I think we'll check and see if anyone's streaming on Twitch in the category, and then we'll get out of here. There's a lot of people streaming stuff early. Or I saw a lot of... I don't follow that many people on Twitch. I saw a lot of people I follow like streaming earlier. No one is really streaming. Someone is streaming Biz. It looks like they have... I don't know if they have the market open. Or it looks like their stream is actually just frozen. Womp womp. Just kidding. I guess we won't be rating them. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. I think we're going to get out of here. Minus 5% build cost tech is nice too. Yeah, that's true. We did not yet form Prussia. And I feel like we're in a waiting stance for being able to put one of these guys on the throne. So like 11 years, maybe we can. But they also have a weird succession law, so maybe not. How's the EU5 roleplay aspects compared to Stellaris? I mean, I think that Stellaris you can't even answer. Oh, well, actually, no, roleplay. I think Stellaris is way more storytelling oriented. I think a big part of it is, like, the RP, probably more than EU5. Probably just need to break alliance and attack Prussia. You mean the Teutonic Order? Yeah. Attack the Prussians. There we go. I don't know, we mainly just ecoed up today, though. I wish it was easier to see, like, the trajectory of you over time, but yeah, this is us today. (1502). How far back does this go? This thing is not telling us the correct dates. What the hell? This timeline is broken. I think this was kind of us today, though. Just, like, very, very vertical. Our eco was much smaller at the start, and we kind of tried to focus in on that a little bit. But also just hitting natural breakpoints. Like, the book economy stuff. Getting these texts is, like, your first, like, really, really big eco power spike. And you get to kind of do a lot from there. I wonder, are we... Is there a lot of trades of books? We're sending a good chunk of books to Pest and some other places, by the looks of it. But, yeah. If, depending on when 1.3 releases, we will probably stream it on the day it releases. And then we will not be streaming next weekend, because I'm going to be on vacation. But going to be publishing more Dominions videos, maybe try and get a few EU5 videos out as well. Yeah, y'all have a good one. We are going to be out of here, so we will say goodbye to the YouTubers.